have anthems. So I don't know if the technical team is ready for this item agenda of anthems. Then we'll have prayer and welcome remarks from the MC. Yes. Technical team, can you play us the anthem so that we can all rise up and sing the anthem? And then Howard Mwesigwa is going to help us lead us in the prayer. Thank you very much.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let's pray. Almighty and ever-loving God, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for you've permitted that we congregate. We thank you, Father, for the 5 years that we're celebrating of youth work. And we are confident of this very thing, that you who began this good work with Faraja Africa Foundation, you will accomplish it. And we pray that you may sanctify and bless our deliberations this morning and this afternoon, that whatever we discuss may bear fruit and may see fruition at the end of it all. We bless you and we glorify your name. And we pray all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Along the way, I'm going to be throwing in some, historical phrases of Faraja. I'm saying historical as if it's like 50 years, but it's 5 years, but so much has happened. If you're in this room, then you know that Faraja is a youth-led and an entirely youth-focused organization, and that all our programs, I think except for one, involve the young people. And our executive director used to be a young person. I don't know if he still considers himself as a young person, but he's youthful at heart. All our staff are below 30, and I know that people who are above 30 or 35 might think of young people as, rowdy people, unorganized people, but I'd like to assure you that Faraja has existed because of a very organized team of young people who are focused to being a change in our country, which is why our next item agenda is testimonials from program beneficiaries. And I see some of them here. I am going to try and recognize the partners that I see and I know by name. I can see Mr. Moses Egunyu from International Republican Institute. You're welcome. I see Ms. Atkunda Sharon from Advance Africa, you're welcome. I see Mr. Julius Kitara from Rose Namayanja Foundation. I see Mr. Munyangabo Joseph, who is also a board chair from Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Oh my God, I don't want to make a mistake, so I'll have to inquire about the other people. I see Ms. Lillian Bagala from iRise Institute. Is that right? Right? Do I see her? Oh, okay. But I see someone from iRise. I'm just not sure who. I'm sorry. So we're going to have Howard Mwesigwa, who's a project beneficiary from YEPA. YEPA is Youth Engagement and Policy Advocacy. I happen to be the program officer for YEPA. And Howard is going to talk about what he has learned from YEPA, from being part of the beneficiaries in YEPA. Howard is also going to, we have not scripted these people, we have not even prepared them. We have given them 3 minutes each to talk about their experience as being a project beneficiary of Faraja. So you're welcome, Howard. Yes.
All right, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning. My name is Howard Mwesigwa, and I am a legal scholar at Mercury University. I recently finished my LLB, and I'm profoundly delighted to be before you to share my experience first, going through the youth engagement in policy advocacy, how that honed and shaped my passion for the young people, and eventually seeing how that oscillated and led me to the National Youth Parliament and eventually to the East African Youth Parliament. First, through the youth engagement in policy advocacy, I began my journey in that particular engagement about 2 or so years ago. And I stand before you as a very proud beneficiary because through this program, through the various dialogues that we've had and the conferences that I've been invited to attend, to be part of the representation of the views of the young people, not only in Uganda, but also in East Africa and Africa generally, I've been able to understand the pertinent issues that do affect the ordinary Ugandan youth, but also showing how there are inextricable linkages between those issues and the African youth generally, and why as young people, we must coalesce and find common solutions that are again going to better our lives in this generation. And recently, the last program that I was part of was to do with the role of the young people in the dissemination of legal aid to society generally. And I was privileged to be part of the moderating team on why the young people must be part of the betterment of society and why we play an integral role in sustainability and reaching out to the most vulnerable in our society. So that's largely what I picked from the youth engagement in policy advocacy. But that was a foundation that eventually led me to the National Youth Parliament. So as regards the National Youth Parliament, my rather euphoric journey in the representation of the young people at the National Youth Parliament began in 2020. And in 2020, I was given this rather life-transforming opportunity to make my modest and yet very personal contribution to the augmentation of discourse by the young people in our land, to shape policy for the betterment of the livelihood and the station of the youth and the young people in our land. A few months later, I was informed that owing to my rather astute contribution to the vibrancy of the National Youth Parliament in 2020, had merited to elevate the discourse and the discussion and the deliberation to the East African level through the East African Youth Parliament. And that was still in 2020. But however, due to the nature of the times and the exigencies of the period, we weren't able to have our usual engagement in Arusha, Tanzania. But again, that was a blessing in disguise because we were able to host the event, and many of our colleagues across East Africa, from Sudan, from Tanzania, from Kenya, from Burundi, from Rwanda, and ourselves here, many of the young people were able to attend virtually, but some of us were privileged again to attend physically, and that was at Sheraton. And that, to me, was a singular honor that I cannot take for granted. Ladies and gentlemen, at that level alone, I knew that my part and lot had been cut out for me. Being part of the National Youth Parliament and the East African Youth Parliament in extension, upon which, two facets upon which our pivotal role as young people and our contribution towards the aggrandizement of youth engagement in policy advocacy has been fundamentally hinged, is an inextricably intricate and yet fundamentally untradeable experience, like no other. This year in particular, our deliberations oscillated around the betterment of youth livelihoods, and that in the face of the brunt of the pandemic, and the second facet was the rather tumultuous question of climate change. At both levels, the young people at the National Youth Parliament and the East African Youth Parliament made their our unequivocal and categorical position known. Importantly, the double standards that were exhibited at the recently held UN Conference on Climate Change, the COP26, at Glasgow, demonstrated rather explicitly the fact that the future and salvation, not forgetting the preservation of the health of our planet, optimally and sustainable consumption, squarely lies in the hands of the young people, and we must rise to the occasion. For us, the ones who have been privileged to partake of the benediction of representing the young people, our voice must then, out of sheer necessity, be amplified, articulate, and assertive. In our advocacy, we must be directly engaging, and we must look at the edification of the young people in East Africa and Africa in general. And in that regard, we must look at the claiming of our space as young people at the decision-making table. In that regard, again, we ought to always bring to our recollection the fact that it is a recurrent and lifelong undertaking. And to that end, our approach ought to be twofold. Firstly, we ought to look at socio-economic empowerment, and the second is political engagement. Two fundamental facets upon which the involvement of young people in Africa, in East Africa, and even in Uganda as the bedrock must sprout. And it is largely through the nurturing and empowerment drawn from my engagement with Faraja Africa Foundation that I have been able to ecstatically build my life and devote it to the representation, to the motivation, and over and above those two, the leadership of the youth, both at the grassroots and the national level. And that has thrown me or thrust me into the international and regional spaces. And presently, I'm privileged to be serving the young people at the International SDG Club as the SDG's Global Youth Ambassador for Uganda. And I've been able to coalesce with fellow young people to advocate for the place of the young people in this country through an organization called YAM Uganda, where I managed to be the manager of campaigns. But also over and above that, because I've recognized through my engagement in youth policy and engagement to that regard, the role that peace ought to play and why the young people play a fundamental role in preserving it. I've been able to merit to be a permanent member of the Global Youth Accord, which is based in New Delhi, India. But as we move forward in our appraisal of our strategic plan in these 5 years, we ought to move and explore the possibility and feasibility of moving from an event-based to a sustainable institutional National Youth Parliament, and in extension, the East African Youth Parliament. And in that regard, we're considering a more impactful engagement for sustainability. To that end, ladies and gentlemen, on my own behalf and on behalf of the young people of this nation and East Africa and Africa in general, I would like to extend my most heartfelt and sincere appreciation to Faraja Africa Foundation and the partners in that consortium that have made our efforts towards bringing the young people on board and making them realize that the future of our land, the future of our planet, the future of our world lies squarely in the hands of the young people. But we must build capacity as young people. We must preoccupy ourselves with understanding the most intricate questions of our times. But over and above that, we must devote our time towards finding sustainable solutions, realistic and yet at the same time engaging and challenging, because we ought to contribute our modest part to a better world. And to that end, I would like to say to Faraja Africa Foundation, asante sana, hakika mmetufariji. And I know as we roll out our plan, as we see how we can move on from our achievements thus far, we must look ahead. We must leverage our achievements so far and achieve much better as we engage more and more young people. So that said, I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention, and I wish you an amazing engagement today. Thank you so much. God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Howard. I had Howard talking about his experience, and it reminded me of mine. I joined, I think, Faraja in 2017. I won a debate tournament where that Faraja was funding, and I was selected to go to Arusha for the East African Youth Parliament. And right there, I was picked or nominated to become the clerk to the East African Youth Parliament. And I didn't know what to do. But right now, everything I think I know, even speech, everything I know about civil society, everything I know about policy, I learned while I was a beneficiary at Faraja. And I started as a volunteer too here at Faraja. And right now, I'm a program officer. I didn't even know how to write a report. I knew how to write like a chemistry lab report. I was sharing on my social media the other day. And yeah, I owe it all to the very good team at Faraja. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Joel Mulinda from IRI Africa. We welcome you. I'd also like to recognize the presence of me from iRise Institute, yes, and Mr. Julia Thobol from Uganda Christian University. We welcome you. Yes, and Mr. Regan Wamaji from Center for Policy and Analysis. Yes. Right now, I'm going to invite another beneficiary from Faraja called Mumbere from Kasese. The little about I know about Mumbere as it comes is that he's a very, very efficient person in the field. Yes, if you'd like to work with young people in the field who are very passionate about policy, he's the right guy, especially in Kasese. So yes, Mumbere, you're welcome to talk about your experience.
Thank you so much, Edna, for the introduction. Once again, my name is Mumbere Godson. I work for Vision International Actors as the Executive Director. Vision International Actors is a youth-led organization working in the Rwenzori region. Basically, we engage with young people and women in the region. I'm here to talk about my experience with Faraja Africa Foundation. I got to know Faraja Africa Foundation in the year 2017, and as I speak today, I can testify that I've learned a lot as an individual and also as an organization, Vision International Actors. Faraja has demonstrated to us that there's nothing for us without us. That's why from the beginning, young people have been actively engaged in all the activities that engage young people. I'll start with the regional youth parliaments. I should say for the first time, Renzo region got involved in the regional youth parliament. And this attracted over 40 young people to attend the regional youth parliament. And in this parliament, young people were given the opportunity to express themselves, and they also felt being part of the national arrangement, since their views were able to be brought to the national youth parliament. And through the regional youth parliament, we came to the national youth parliament, where majority of the young people from the Renzo region participated. I'm proud of Faraja Africa Foundation that it enabled the young people from Renzo region to come to the national parliament and also raise the issues on the floor of the national parliament. To me, I take that as a great opportunity, having brought young people in my region on the ground. When it comes to media engagements, Faraja Africa Foundation has played a very big role in engaging young people in media advocacy campaigns. For instance, our young people in Kasai district their voices have been aired on different platforms. When it comes to policy issues, they have demonstrated a way of how their issues have been captured. And when issues are raised at the national level, I mean from the local level, we are very sure that our issues will be amplified up to the national level. So our young people and I as a person feel proud to associate with Faraja Africa Foundation, since our voices have been amplified from grassroots up to the national level. That is a very big achievement that I see through Faraja we have achieved. I also am proud to also talk about Faraja in a sense that when it comes to issues to do with economic empowerment, we have been able to get skills in economic empowerment. A team from Faraja Africa Foundation has always come to Kasese, has always come to Bushenyi, has always come to Fort Poto to engage young people in the Renzo region on how they can economically be empowered. I want to testify to you that a financially empowered young person will not easily be corrupt. I know you have had the experience about Kasese and also the issues that happen in Kasese. I want to tell you that most of the bad things that happen to the young people in the region are as a result of these young people not being financially empowered. But through the platform given to us by Faraja, I want to assure you that majority of the young people are now able to engage in small activities that bring them money, that put food on their table. Renzo region is one of the areas where we have very many young people getting married at an early age. We have young people who had families. We have young people who have more than 1 or 2 children. And through the capacity that we have got from Faraja, we are able to sustain ourselves. And that is a very big achievement. Thank you so much, Faraja Africa Foundation. Faraja has empowered over 4,000 young people in Kasese through the radio programs. We have conducted a number of radio programs speaking about constitutionalism, speaking about Africanism, speaking about governance, speaking about economic empowerment. And I want to assure you that through all these programs that Faraja has brought our region, we are able to complete the 5 years with Faraja Africa Foundation. And as a person, I should say my capacity as an individual has been built because, one, I've been involved in the grassroots mobilization. Secondly, I've also been involved to do the orientation of these fellow young people that we engage in the region. So I'm here to say that Faraja Africa Foundation, without you, wouldn't have these platforms that we are having today. The voices captured for the young people have been aired almost on all Faraja channels, media channels. And these voices being aired, a lot has been done. Our local leaders have picked some of these advocacy issues. And we see that there is a lot of local policies or local ordinances that are being brought on board because of the voices that Faraj Africa Foundation has captured from the region. To all the people that are here today, and to all the online platform that is following us this morning, I'd like to say thank you so much. And Faraja, thank you so much for the platform that you have given to us as Renzo region, as young people from Kasese, Toroko, Bundubujo. We are very proud of the engagements that you bring to our region. We hope to engage with you more and more, but I should say thank you for engaging us in all.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Mumbere, for that very elaborate. So Mumbere is a beneficiary from Youth Engagement in Policy Advocacy Program and the Parliament Connect Program, Youth Parliament Project. The next beneficiary is from the Social Entrepreneurs and Leaders Fellowship, which is SELF, and also from the African Youth Heritage Exchange Program. And that is Asimire McLean, who is currently on the National Youth Council, National Executive Committee. You're welcome. I'm just going to give you 3 minutes to give us your experience of Faraja as a beneficiary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edna. Good morning, everyone. I'm Maclean Asimre, Secretary for Sports and Culture and an entrepreneur. So I've just been given 3 minutes to basically share my experience from Faraja. I got to know Faraja in 2018 through Emmanuel Wabwire, the Executive Director. By then, I'd just finished campus and I was basically looking for a home or where to be or work from, because you've just finished campus and you haven't graduated, so you're busy on the streets meandering. It's during that time that I met Emma and he introduced me to Faraja Africa. So to me, as a business student, Faraja has been like a place where I've been exposed, given platform to train my fellow young people, because the very, very first engagement I had with Faraja was during the youth camp in Renzori. That was still 2018, where I was given a platform to train my fellow youth with hands-on skills like jewelry, training them on how to make jewelry, paper bags, and of course, through that training, we also trained on leadership and the available opportunities. And then in 2019 still, I was given another opportunity to train my fellow young people during the youth camp in Bwindi. And it's through that I got to learn more about business, that I got to learn about investment saving. So as I speak right now, I own a shop. I sell basically ladies' clothes and jewelry. And I started when I was basically a vendor. Then I started co-renting with some people. And right now, because of the mentorship I received from Faraja. Also about leadership, I'm currently on National Youth Council serving as Secretary for Finance. And it's because of the different engagements that I've had with Faraja that I was able to go and participate in the just recently concluded election. So I want to thank Faraja for giving young people opportunities to participate in their different activities, because I've seen myself grow and I've seen my friends, because through Faraja, I met so many friends. I've seen my friends grow their businesses. I have fellow leaders who have benefited from this. and in other different aspects of life. So Faraja, thank you so much. And I would like to congratulate you because 5 years, I know where I started from. I met Faraja when it was also still under someone's space, and now they own their own space. Thank you for being our mentors. Thank you for inspiring us. And may you continue inspiring the young generation.
Thank you, Maclean. Now I think to your name, Honorable Maclean. She's very humble, so she didn't even tell us Habitiwa. She didn't tell us what her title is, but she's in the National Youth Council, on the National Executive Committee. So I'm going to tell you, before the next speaker, I'm going to give you a brief history of Faraja. It started in 2016, and the executive director is going to tell us what happened in 2016, because the little I know is we were at Parliament in Queen Chambers, and we had 2 programs, YEPA and SELF, but they were not even well defined. What we knew is that we were carrying out activities and wanting to create change and see young people at the forefront. And would like to thank Parliament of Uganda for, giving us space at Queen Chambers. And we carried out our activities. We were, I think, 3-4 staff members. I see Isaac. Isaac used to be our head of programs while we were at Queen Chambers. Sharon Nantanda was the program officer for SELF. She still is, but yes. I was for YEPA, and I was also the social media person. And then Emma was the executive director. We were seated in that small office, but we're doing a lot of work. We had a lot of impact. We basically used to focus on engaging young people and equipping them with digital skills. When I joined Faraja, I asked them what is YEPA, and they told me, bring your mobile phone. How can you make sure that your MP knows what's happening in your district, even when they don't go there? That's exactly what YEPA is for. So you are going to teach other young people how to use their mobile phones. I said, mobile phones? Are they going to call? Any way you can use your mobile phone. So they told me that's what YEPA is, and I think it has not changed. But now, as we go on, I see us going to, I started going to the field. I think my very, very first project was one funded by International Republican Institute, and it was on elections. I know I learned so much by being a project officer for that particular project. We were responsible for training young people with, again, digital skills, but then them as being at the forefront of ensuring that we have peaceful elections. And it was an experience to remember. Self-program, I think. Sorry about that. The SELF program is a Social Entrepreneurs and Leadership Fellowship. I think you've heard from Maclean. It is a program, a safe space where young people are trained and equipped with skills to start up social enterprises. There's being an entrepreneur, you can start a business and sustain it, but there is a social aspect that we are looking forward to, having more entrepreneurs with a social aspect in their businesses, giving back to the community. So that's what the Social Entrepreneurs and Leaders Fellowship does. It equips young people with skills, entrepreneurship skills, but also social skills. How can you use that small money, that extra profit, to, be a change maker in society or to give back in society? So that's what the SELF program does in a nutshell. And then the National Youth Parliament and East African Youth Parliament program is also a safe space. Yeah, YEPA teaches, there's an aspect of self that trains young people, equips young people with leadership skills. So we get some of these young people and we engage them in the YEPA program at the community level, especially working together with the youth council in the villages, parishes, so that they can have a more organized way of coming up with their ideas. So we come up with like small briefs that we share with their stakeholders at those levels, and then we compile all those, and then they inform what we call a position paper that we present at the National and East African Youth Parliament. The National Youth Parliament takes place in the Parliament chambers, and we are very lucky that Parliament has always opened their doors. They have not hesitated opening their doors. Speaking of Parliament, we have the Deputy Director, Communications and Public Affairs of Parliament of Uganda, Mr. David Masaje. We are very delighted to have you here, and we are happy that Parliament has been our outstanding, always willing partner to support the young people's activities inside Parliament and even the outside. The last program is the African Youth Heritage Program. The African Youth Heritage Program is, it has an idea of having these young people who have been equipped with leadership skills, social entrepreneurship skills, and they know how to debate policies or come up with policy briefs. How can they not forget their culture and heritage? So their heritage program reminds them of where they come from. Let us not forget our African heritage, okay? So we equip the young people with, skills also, how they can use the heritage sites. We have heritage sites in Uganda. How can they utilize the heritage sites as a source of income, but also not without, spoiling it. There's a lot of climate change activism that's happening. So we work with also young people in that department. Okay, so I can see that all of us, including me, and sit, then Miss Patricia Maganda is going to come and give us a brief, introduction of why we are here, especially the part of launching a new strategic plan. She's going to tell us the journey of the whole strategic plan. How did you come up with it? When did we start? How did we start? So yes, I'm going to ask Magaga Brenda to lead us to the tea table so that we can have our tea and then proceed with the program. Thank you.
Protocol observed. Good morning. I hope it's still a good morning. I am going to be giving a brief history and the whole journey of the strategic plan, like my colleague has already mentioned, as we have our working tea. So I know we'll be following and moving together as we enjoy our breakfast. My name is all protocol observed.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Magaga Brenda. I'm requesting us to pick tea as we proceed.
Okay, thank you for that message, Brenda. Once again, protocol observed. My name is Maganda Patricia Gift, and I am the programs manager at Faraja Africa Foundation. I am here today to not only give us a brief journey, a story about the strategic plan development, but to also briefly take us through our history as Faraja Africa Foundation. Today we are here to celebrate the years of youth work, 5 years of youth work at Faraja Africa Foundation. And I want to say it has really been an interesting journey with every one of us on board. And allow me give a brief history. I'm very sorry about that. Yeah, as I was saying, I want to congratulate all of us for making it today. It has really been a whole lot of 5 years moving this journey. And I want to thank every one of us here for making it possible, because without you, it wouldn't really happen. Just to give a brief history about Faraja Africa Foundation, we are a youth-focused organization that was formally registered way back in 2016 as a non-governmental organization. And this followed. I want to inform all of us that upon registration, Faraja was able to start youth different engagements with the young people. And our commitment to youth empowerment has led to numerous collaborations with government and funding agencies. And we are all represented in here today. I want to mention that for the last 5 years of Faraja, starting in 2016, we have been able to develop a model, or we have a model of operation where we are a digital social enterprise, and through the support of the different partners, as well as our social enterprise, we've been able to generate revenue to fund our activities that are related to our mission for the past 5 years. Just to take you briefly through our achievements, we've been able to achieve a summary of achievements in the different angles. Like my colleague was already talking about the 4 programs that we have. We've been able to achieve a number of successes under policy advocacy, where we've been able to create civic awareness through hosting 10 safe civic spaces with over 150 young people across the 4 regions in Uganda, engaging in key topical issues. And I want to say that this happened prior to the elections that we had early this year. And under the Youth Economic Empowerment, we were able to have 297 young people trained in entrepreneurship for the last 4 years, and of which 25 youth among these were able to receive a startup fund. Under youth engagement, Faraja conducted several successes where we had successful advocacy campaigns, amplifying views of over 9 million young people on the need for increased investment in youth development. Under the Youth Exchange Program, we were able to organize the East African Youth Camp, or the International Youth Camp, with over 21 leaders from the East African countries meeting and discussing how to develop sustainable development programs. So those are just part of our achievements, and not leaving out capacity building of policymakers. And the policymakers I'm talking about here are the members of parliament representing 10 districts who received comprehensive training on engagement with them in their constituencies using creative mechanism. In addition to this training, this entailed community-focused leadership, communication, community organizing, and financial management. As we speak to date, 7 districts formed community networks through which community engagement and development are occurring as a result of Faraja's activities. That is just a brief history about some of our achievements that we've been able to achieve with support of all of us in here as partners. That is both the funding, development, implementing, and government agencies. Moving on, talking about briefly the journey of the strategic plan development. Early last year in February, the team of Faraja's Africa Foundation embarked on a journey of yet another 5 years of strategic growth, where we were able to sit down with different stakeholders, and in a bid to develop this action plan, we used different mechanisms or tools, and that was, we used the SWOT analysis, that is the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and we're also able to use the problem tree analysis as our tools. And I want to say that we're able to review and assess our external and internal environments, where we had different stakeholders involved at different stages, and the stakeholders involved all the different partners. We had support we had co-funding from the European Union delegation in Uganda and German cooperation, where the program or the process was implemented by GIZ Uganda. I want to let all of us know that it's really been an interesting journey of developing this strategic plan for the next 5 years. And I want to inform all of you that we've really gone through a series of assessments. We've gone through a series of capacity building workshops. And I'm happy to say that we are here today to celebrate our next journey, which I'll be taking you through briefly. So as we enjoy our breakfast, maybe I can just let us know about our theory of change as Faraja, in the sense that as Faraja, our model only assumes that if we break the poverty cycle, we'll be able to increase young people's participation in tackling African problems and creating sustainable African solutions. So you find that for our model or our theory of change, we have African solutions and political solutions, which then lead us to empowered young people. So just to take us through our new strategic direction that we developed as a team with support of the partners are available today and watching us from online, we're able to come up or to align our new vision and mission for the next 5 years. And our vision statement is molding young African leaders who are socially and economically empowered. And our mission statement is to facilitate the process of youth empowerment by creating platforms for meaningful economic, social, and political engagement. We have a number of core values, with the first being equity and justice, teamwork. We have integrity, excellence, and professionalism. We have been through the journey of the past 5 years with support of all partners available, and I want to say that we're able to achieve all those achievements as a result of the strategic plan that we developed years back. And today we are here to celebrate the fruits of what came out of those the plans that we had since way back. So for today, I'll be taking us through the objectives briefly, and this will be seen later on as we launch the plan. And I want to inform all of us that these are right in front of us in the books that we are having right in front of our tables. And our first objective as Faraja is to have functional platforms for young people or young men and women between the ages of 18 to 35 years, engaging in key decision-making processes, in democratic and governance processes, that is at district, national, and regional levels. And I want to inform us that we shall be able to achieve all this through the different interventions that we shall be carrying out. And that is under our programs, like my colleague already broke them down. That is under the Youth Engagement in Policy Advocacy Program, the Parliament Connect Program, the Social Entrepreneurs and Leaders Fellowship Program, and the African Youth Heritage Exchange Program. So under this major objective, you find that we came up with 2 pillars in which we are going to be dividing our work. And the 2 pillars are democracy and good governance pillar. And then under there, we have 2 programs. That is the Youth Engagement in Policy Advocacy Program and the Parliament Connect Program. And our second pillar is Youth Livelihood, where we have the Social Entrepreneurs and Leaders Fellowship Program, and we have the African Youth Exchange Heritage Program. So you find that these objectives are all divided, or they're all aligning with our different programs, because through them is where we shall have interventions that will then lead us to our goal that we want to achieve, which is our vision and mission by the end of 2025. So the different interventions under that program include, briefly, conducting dialogues between young people and community key decision makers in African and regional parliaments, capacity building of young people in critical thinking, creating awareness and advocating for women's rights, increasing policy engagement through consultative meetings, conducting national youth parliaments in Africa and regional blocs such as the EAC. Our second objective, as we enjoy our breakfast, for those who have not yet gotten the breakfast, it's right there at the extreme end. Make yourselves comfortable. Our second objective is economically empowered young women and men, contributing to the development of their communities. So you find that under this objective, which will be implemented through our programs and activities, one of the interventions or some of the interventions shall be having is mentorship programs to inspire and motivate young people. and share knowledge and experiences from influential young businessmen and women, training and technical guidance to equip young people with skills to build their capacity in entrepreneurship, empowering young women to safely participate in economic activities, including linkages to their sexual reproductive health and rights. The objective number 3 is increased promotion and conservation of World Heritage Sites, environment, and culture in Africa. And this also aligns with one of our programs. And some of the interventions we shall be having is capacity building in sustainable economic and heritage management, running creative digital awareness and promotional campaigns, organizing community service, among others. The strategic objective number 4 is be a leading convener and consortium on the African continent, where some of the interventions are establishing meaningful partnership engagements for cross-border advocacy, capacity building of partner structures through exchange and training upon request, create youth platforms in implementing the above strategic objectives across the African region, acquire a headquarter and a Faraja Africa Regional Youth Center, establish a seed fund and grant support resources to the respective consortium partner organizations. Those are the 4 objectives that we shall be having for the next 5 years, and hopefully we shall be able to achieve them by the end of 2025 with all of us as a team. We have a structure or a team, and I think we have been seeing some of them already. I think in the interest of time, I will not really break down the structure, but only recognize the presence of our board chairperson, Mr. Joseph Munyangabo. You're most welcome. We have our executive director, that is Mr. Emmanuel Wabiri. You're most welcome. And the team is here with us today, and I want to thank all of you for making this possible. Through this strategic plan journey for the next 5 years, we shall be having what we call a monitoring and evaluation process going on, to the point of us being able to assess ourselves and evaluating ourselves to know that how far we have gone in achieving what we set at the start of 2021. So this is going to involve a number of different measures, and this will enable us to get outcomes or to be able to align what we set at the end of the 5 years. It will be completed through annual reviewing of the strategic plan and yearly organizational reports by the FAF team. So, like I earlier mentioned, we are a digital social enterprise. Our model, we are a digital social enterprise, and that is where we generate revenue to facilitate and fund the rest of our activities that align to our mission. And as you can see, we have a sustainability and resource mobilization plan, and that is what I'm exactly talking about, where one of the major agendas under that is building a strong partnership to access funding opportunities and other resources. Yeah, under there we have the donors, we have the CSOs, private companies, public and government, social enterprise, and I think we are all represented in here. So under our strategic mobilization of human resources, being our second strategy, we have what we call a team of volunteers that we work with, and we also have a team of community leaders, as well as the partners. So we are able to partner with other CSOs in project execution and able to go through the process. So you find that through that digital social enterprise arm, like already mentioned, we get grants from there, and we're able to have other engagements going on top of the support received from the partners. So that is our sustainability plan. So the social enterprise arm has 3 entities, which I will not really broadly go into, but rather mention them. That is Faraja Television, Faraja Digital, and Faraja Safaris. My colleague will later take us through this later in the day. And as I conclude, I want to recognize all our partners present: the European Union delegation in Uganda, the Parliament of Uganda, the government of Uganda, the East African Community, Action Aid, International Republican Institute, GIZ Uganda, Advance Africa, Ford Foundation, Rose Namayanja Foundation, Westminster Foundation for Democracy, the Platform for Youth Inclusion in Politics, the National Youth Council, IRISE Institute East Africa, the Uganda National Students Association, Center for Policy Analysis, Restless Development, Tunaweza, Voice of Youth Tanzania, German Corporation, Faraja DTV, Faraja Digital, Faraja Safaris. Thank you so much, and I wish you a happy celebration.
Wow, thank you very much. If at the end of today you leave this place and you say you don't know what Faraja is, you have a problem. Okay, thank you very much, Patricia, for that very, very elaborate presentation of the development of the strategic plan and assessment of the previous strategic plan process. We are now going to the section of speeches from different partner representatives. I would like to inform all of us here present that there are people who are joining us through the online platforms. There are people who are watching us on the YouTube. There are people on Zoom, and some of them are actually going to speak to us. The first partner is Mr. Moses Egunyu from International Republican Institute. And then we shall have Miss Atkunda Sharon from Advance Africa. Yes, thank you very much. Welcome you, Mr. Moses.
The leadership of Faraja Africa Foundation, I think led by the board chair, and the ED for the technical arm, development partners that support Faraja Africa Foundation, beneficiaries of Faraja Africa Foundation programs, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moses Egunyu. I work for IRI as program manager, but also currently acting country director for IRI. We have known Faraja Africa Foundation for quite some time. I think we're back in 2015 when a young leader in the names of Emmanuel Wabwire, I think, was trying to find ways in which he could contribute to the development process and participate actively in various initiatives in this country. So he hopped into our office and we had a conversation, really like from scratch. And all he asked for actually was, can we use your boardroom? Can we use your boardroom to connect with members of parliament? That's where it started. And so we said, okay, as long as you let us know a few days so that we make the room available for you, we have no problem. So he would send an email and say, look, on Thursday we have a meeting with this number of MPs. Can you host us? And then my colleague here, Joel Mulinda, would coordinate with him to make sure that the room is available. So Faraja Africa Foundation, is really, to have them today convene all of us here to launch a strategic plan is a big story of success, because 5 years ago, we were not talking about strategic plans. No. It was just, can we meet here? Can we? So then the story begins. So we are very, honored as IRI to have walked this journey with you and to be here today to be part of the launch of your 5-year strategic plan. If you asked a young person on the streets of Kampala today, if each of you went there to ask them and said, what problems do you face? What opportunities do you have in this country? Many of them will tell you how the government has failed to give them jobs and any opportunities. All sorts of stories will come up. But if you sent now the team from Faraja Africa, they're here. If you picked about 13 or so of them and say, but if you ask them, what do you want from the government of Uganda? They're likely not to tell you they want jobs. I actually bet they might say government should restore Facebook, internet. If I can guess, they might say for us, if you allow us access internet as Faraja Africa, the sky will be the limit for us. They're not going to ask for jobs, because once they have the ability to connect online, they can create opportunities for themselves, but also for other young people. So opportunities are there. I strongly believe that there are opportunities out there for young people. It depends on how those young people want to tap into those opportunities. It depends on your mindset. How do you want to tap into the various opportunities out there? I have scanned through the strategic plan quickly, and very well thought out. I actually participated in drafting it, so I'm a participant. I did not participate fully, but at least I attended some sessions where this strategic plan was being drafted. I think it was supported by GIZ, if I remember, and other partners. There are, on the SWOT analysis, there are areas that the team still has to work on very aggressively, very seriously. And that is the issue of the no clear M&E framework, because these days, development partners are keen on tracking results. We would like to find out what impact the support that you have received from the development partner, what impact it has on the community or on your beneficiaries, like the stories that we've had here from the beneficiaries sharing. So documenting that is very key, very critical. That needs to be strengthened. You identified here weak institutional structures and policies. This is also an area that needs to be given very key attention. But I know that this is a journey, because from where we have come from to where we are now, I know that both the board and the staff appreciate these challenges, and they don't just manifest in Faraja Africa. I think all of us who work in institutions and organizations know that there are usually gaps here and there that need to be filled. As long as the leadership is keen on addressing those gaps, I think that is very, very important. In the run-up to the 2021 elections, IRI, that's the International Republican Institute, which is an American international NGO that supports democratic processes around the world, chose Faraja Africa Foundation as one of the lead partners to observe the 2021 elections. So we awarded them a grant to deploy some observers across the country, but also lead a campaign against political violence, during campaigns and during our electoral processes. They did a wonderful job, and I think that effort and contribution that they made partly resulted in a peaceful environment that we all witnessed on election day. On election day in particular. Before the election, of course, we cannot say that we could have stopped the violence because there was a lot that was happening. But the efforts by Faraja Africa Foundation using their digital spaces, to tweet, using their WhatsApp groups and Facebook pages and platforms to mobilize young people to participate meaningfully in political processes, I think was something that we highly identified as a positive result from our partnership. Also, the other strength that Faraja Africa Foundation has is the fact that you know how to engage with different actors, especially government. Despite being a youth-led organization and focused on youth, the strategy is one where young people want to sit on the round table with different decision makers, whether it is on the side of government, whether it is on the side of development partners, and then they front their views, they front their ideas, as opposed to unconstructive approaches that some youth might choose to follow, which really do not impact or contribute to positive change. So the fact that Faraja Africa Foundation chooses to, for example, partner with Parliament, which is our legislative body for the country, to push youth issues, that's a very constructive platform where youth issues could very easily permeate through the difficult processes, but eventually end up on the floor of Parliament. The fact that Faraja Africa appreciates that, engagement at the regional level is very, very key, and they're able to find ways to get youth voices on the floor of Parliament of the East African Legislative Assembly. That's a strong platform, to amplify and re-echo youth issues and voices to the regional leaders. We contributed, I think it was in 2019, to Faraja Africa Foundation Youth Parliament in Burundi. We supported Faraja Africa to engage with young people in Bujumbura, within Burundi, in the build-up to some of the engagements you had with, to support the IALA engagement. And so some of these well-thought-out platforms for engagement, we think that they are the best way, because you bring your issues forward to government, to other stakeholders, and based on that, you're able to arrive at win-win decisions or policies. They may not address all your issues 100%, but at least you have your issues brought before the attention of key decision makers within government or in the region, which we think is the best way for Faraja Africa to engage and also rally young people across the country and across the region to be able to engage. IRI will continue to be a partner with Faraja Africa Foundation. We'll continue to identify opportunities to support and work with you, because part of our work also focuses on youth empowerment. We have a youth platform that we support, which is called the Interparty Youth Platform, where we convene youth leagues of 8 political parties to come together and peacefully dialogue or engage. IRI does not believe in violent approaches to pushing your issues. We believe in peaceful engagement and dialogue between the different stakeholders to be able to arrive at consensus and agree on issues and how they should move forward. So we look forward to relying on this strategic plan 2021-2025 to identify potential areas for support, and then through our communication channels that Faraja Africa Foundation knows very well, we'll be able to see what we can support in this strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moses, for that very elaborate assessment of your experience aspects that even us as an organization know, but which is the monitoring and evaluation plan. Actually, we are concluding the development of the monitoring and evaluation plan to be able to capture the impact of our different projects and of our strategic plan specifically for 2021 to 2025. So going forward, donors are not going to have issues with that. Okay, Miss Sharon Atkunda from Advance Africa, we welcome you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The leadership of Faraja Africa Foundation, the dignitaries in the House, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to speak with my face mask on, but I can officially show my face to be well recognized. I am Sharon Atkunda, the Chief Executive Officer for Advance Africa, and I'm very honored to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I wrote my remarks, which I would like to read and share with you. I would like to start by thanking our hosts, Faraja Africa Foundation, for bringing us all together to celebrate their 5 years in youth work, as well as launching their new strategic plan. I think they deserve a very big hand clap for that. Advance Africa, as an organization, we aim to contribute to a safe and free society where young people live with dignity and realize their full potential. We got to know Faraja last year in 2020, and that is where we started our journey. Faraja has worked with Advance Africa under 2 projects, one which is support for a network of young people to push back against constraints on civic space through art and technology in Uganda. This project is supported by Ford Foundation and focusing mainly on work with youth, specifically in the districts of Gulu, Mbarara, and Kampala. We've also worked with Faraja under improving the economic resilience of West Nile youth in the face of COVID. And this project we are implementing in Arua and Zombo districts, supported by the European Union. Faraja is a good partner. And through our engagements with Faraja, we have seen a lot of commitment and participation in their efforts to amplify the voices of young people. They have demonstrated through their life and work leadership in governance. And what I mean by this is that the work we've done with Faraja under the support from the European Union and Ford Foundation, Faraja has created spaces that have coordinated and consistently enabled engagements of young people in debates. They have also enhanced capacities of youth, of young people that we work with, to push for inclusion, where they have been trained on how to use social media platforms to advocate, to raise their concerns or issues. And I applaud Faraja Africa Foundation for the great work done, because you have inspired many young people out there. Edna started today morning saying the team is comprised of, young people. And for me, that's very healthy. That's very good, because that's what we've been yearning for. Seeing young people take their right position, work in an organized form, to speak about issues that concern them. And I think Faraja Africa has done a very good job in inspiring, in coming out as a great ambassador to champion and to encourage many other youth that it is still possible to be a part of either political, social, or economic and decisions. So we applaud you, Faraja, for that great work. And what I mean by that is that you have done work with youth for 5 years, and that's just the beginning. I encourage you to continue your steps in that. Advance Africa works a lot with young people, with vulnerable youth and individuals and women, including prison inmates and ex-inmates. So I urge you to keep inspiring and doing the good work you're doing in the sector or work with youth. Continue to identify their issues.
Of between 18 and 22. Now, for most of them, they have never run a national anything. This is the first time they're running a national anything. And if you're going to expect them to reason at the level of a minister, to understand at the level of an executive director when you're working with them, then you don't understand young people. And supporting young people necessitates accommodating those challenges. And for us, we have no choice. That's the population we have. So we must be accommodative. You'll find some who take long to understand what you're saying. You welcome them and you're patient with them. You'll find some who are brilliant enough to understand these concepts around constructing theories of change and around building a pyramid structure, say in civil society. That's Emma for you. And there are very few Emmas in the country. So you use those that understand what you're talking about or what you're intending to use to initiate the change that you need in that society, in our society. This is the hope that we carry. This is the benefit of being a leader, if I may speak of myself. So for me, in the long run, and I want to encourage my brother Emma and all the organizations that support the work of Faraja Africa, not to give up, to in fact look at opportunities where young people can come in. As a National Youth Council, we'll take the fight on the front of the governments, MDAs, government bodies, but also on international fora. How do we begin to harness the capacity of young people at things for Africa? How do we harness our capacity to do things to challenge the pathways that the integration is taking? This is where we need to go as a continent, because the demographics of our continent demand that. They do not give us an option. We are too many who are young to be bystanders. We are too many who are young to simply be a beneficiary group, whether it is in the politics and democratic practice of our countries. We must drive the agenda. Whether it is in the economic development of our countries, we must drive the agenda. And whether it is in the social fabric, building communities that are tolerant, building communities that are able to coexist, social integration, we must construct the agenda. The future of peace and stability, the future of economic development, and the future hope of better education, better healthcare will depend a lot more on what youth leaders can agree on today for their generation than on what the current leaderships can sustain for while they are in power. I want to thank you all, and I hope that today you can proceed well. And sorry, Emma, I will not be here for the length of it, but I wish I could. Unfortunately, we are 9.5 million young people in this country, and they need me somewhere else as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jacob. And Jacob mentioned a very outstanding thing. At Faraja, we look at young people as our partners. So the National Youth Council is our partner. All the young people in leadership positions, if we could, we would invite them for our launch of strategic plan, because while we implement it, we are backing on them to implement it with us. So thank you, Jacob, for opening your doors and for continually working with Faraja. So we're going to have a brief a break from the speeches and ask the digital team to give us a small video documentary of Faraja, to give you a visual description of what we are talking about. You know, we may talk about here that we go to districts and you guys will be like, I've never seen photos of people in these districts, yeah? So we're going to give you a visual of what exactly we are talking about. And so just signal me when we are ready. Okay, so I know that you're all wondering why people are calling Faraja a social enterprise, or the next speakers might talk about the fact that Faraja is actually a social enterprise. We have a lot of activities, and you might also wonder why we have a sizable number of donors. Well, that's because some of our activities are funded by the business side of the organization. We have Faraja Television, which is getting launched today. We have Faraja Digital. We have Faraja Safaris. And the small profits that we get, we use to fund some of our programs. Fund some of our programs. And yes, that's how we've been able to do so many activities with very few partners or donors. And that's what we are training the young people in the SELF program to be like, to use some of their profits to be part of a social change. I'm waiting to be signaled. I could speak till. I'd like to recognize the presence of the current Vice President of the Uganda National Students Association, Ms. Julia Muhumza. And we thank you for working with us. We thank you. She's also the current clerk for the East African Youth Parliament. So she's very, very involved in our programs and activities. Okay. I don't know. Yes. Let me turn off my microphone.
My name is Aine.
Okay, while they work on the sound output of the video, I'm going to talk about my experience as a program officer and working with the young people. I respect so much Joseph. I mean, I don't know why I keep calling him Joseph. Is it because they're seated together? I respect so much Jacob and Julia, who work closely with the young people day in, day out, because as a program officer, young people are, it's very sad that our generation today, young people are more money-minded than, focused to the goal. So you're going to invite someone to maybe a meeting, a town hall meeting, or even another tree meeting, and the first question is, do we have water? Or do we have soda? Or do we have lunch? Or do I have transport refund? And I think it's sad that before they even know the agenda of the meeting or the purpose of the meeting, they want to know if there's a way they can earn. So I feel like I respect Jacob and Julia, who work with them day in, day out, because me, as a program officer, to bring young people to and let them know that we are here for a purpose, we are here for a reason, and that you're part of the change is kind of difficult, but it's an exciting journey. Okay. You know, I also can't wait to watch this video because it's exciting to see how far we have gone. I'm waiting for a signal from, should I go ahead with the agenda? Okay, our next speaker is our country coordinator from Faraja Africa Foundation regional offices. Very, very recently. Okay, I'm getting signaled. Okay, very, very recently, we expanded our office. We had the East African Youth Parliament taking place in Tanzania, but we expanded our offices to the region. We wanted to have more young people in the East African region involved beyond the East African Youth Parliament. And Tanzania and Kenya were the first countries that we set foot in. And today, the country coordinator, the Faraja Regional Country Coordinator of Tanzania, Ms. Tekla Schulte, is joining us online, and she's going to give us what's happening in Tanzania. The video is ready? Okay. All right, let's turn our heads to the screen, our eyes and heads to the screen and watch the video.
My name is Emmanuel Wabire. I'm the Executive Director for Faraja Africa Foundation. Faraja is a Swahili word that means comfort. As young people, we are living in communities that are poverty-stricken, communities that are filled with a lot of agony, a lot of pain, a lot of suffering. And that is why we come to be the voice of reason. That's why we come to be the solution. That is why we believe we can comfort Africa. Our programming is split into two sections. That is livelihood and culture, that harnesses the economic empowerment of young people, because we believe that if young people are economically empowered, they can be a strong voice and a strong drive for social change in our community. The Parliament Connect program is designed to bring voices of the young people and connect them to the Parliament.
YEPA is a community voice program that gives young people a platform to engage with their leaders right from the grassroots level, at the community level, the town hall level, to the district level, up to the national level. This social entrepreneurs and leaders fellowship program. This program basically looks at empowering young people economically and socially. It looks at skilling them with entrepreneurial skills to help them come up with very good business ideas, how to manage this business, how to implement these business ideas, and also how to expand their businesses.
Africa Youth Heritage Program focuses on creating awareness among the youth about African heritage.
As Faraja Africa Foundation, we come as a pivotal organization that is already engaging young people, mobilizing knowledge from them through the YEPA program, doing capacity building, entrepreneurship, skilling, and all those other programs we are doing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think now we have a visual description of what we are talking about today. As you already know, Faraja is big on social media. So I'd like to recognize the presence of our team, very able team. If you check your Twitter or your social media platforms, you will see that everything that's happening here is being tweeted, posted. You know, this very hardworking team at the back, making sure this is effected. And this is how you can, you can follow. There is a hashtag running Faraja at 5 and hashtag Faraja DTV. I'd like to talk about briefly as Tekla Schulte is connected on a Zoom. Again, the technical team making sure she's able to speak to us. I would like to talk about Faraja Television. I know you're all wondering, we're talking about Faraja, everything is Faraja. Well, Faraja Television, this was the idea behind Faraja, at least what I know. 2019, I think, yes, when 2020 actually, when COVID hit us, we were looking for a media house to work with to air the National Youth Parliament or to live stream it to the people on TV. And everybody was giving us exorbitant quotations. 30 million for 1 hour, you know. You guys in civil society, you know how much these are. So we said, but we are a youth organization, would like the people to get the message. We want them to be part of our activities. And we can't afford these exorbitant prices, okay? So that's how Faraja Television came into play. So if you are a civil society organization which has small budgets like us, then Faraja Television is the place to have your event live streamed at an affordable cost, a youth organization cost, you know, so that we don't spend a lot of money trying to showcase people what we are showing, and less money to create the impact that we need to create on the ground. So I'm not sure if Tekla Schulte is present. She's present, but I'm not sure if she's ready to speak to us. She's our country coordinator, and she has to tell us her experience. All I know is she was the brains behind the Tanzanian regional country National Youth Parliament. They did a National Parliament in Tanzania ahead of the East African Youth Parliament, and she was the brains behind it. Technical team, please signal me when she's ready to speak. She is. Okay.
Thank you very much, Edna. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As being introduced, my name is Tekla Schulte, Country Coordinator for Faraja Africa Foundation. And I would like, first of all, to take this opportunity to thank everyone that has participated in this strategic plan launch, and appreciate the efforts that have been done with our Executive Director, Mr. Emmanuel Wabwire, our stakeholders, our partners, and everyone that has, in one way or another, contributed in making sure that today we have this activity taking place. So as first being introduced, being the country coordinator of Tanzania, and having this ability or having been given opportunity to represent Tanzania by Faraja Africa Foundation, we have been, first of all, being our first year working. I think we started implementing or having this East African, being Faraja Africa Foundation in Tanzania in this August. But as well, we've been working virtually by using other partners like Tunaweza, Toyota, and other partners in Tanzania. Still, Faraja being in Uganda since 2018, and having as well the East African Youth Parliament. For this year, we thank all the efforts that have been put in place, that we are having a country coordinator representing Faraja himself or herself itself in the country. But at the same time, we are going to take place, starting from the East African Youth Parliament, but having the projects and programs as the way they're taking place in Uganda and Tanzania. That includes the National Youth Parliaments as the way it was done, and we had it being done in a hybrid manner as the way it was done in Uganda, meaning that we had people virtually and people also on the ground. And people in Tanzania, or youth in Tanzania, had time and ability to present their ideas and their views and their challenges that were also represented in the East African level. So starting from January as well, we're going to be implementing the SELF program, but this time around it's going to be very different, having compensating the leadership and entrepreneurship area in Tanzania, having a total number of almost like 110 youth that will go on trainings, both in leadership programs, meaning policy advocacy, but as well in the issues of how self-independence in terms of financial ability, how they can make on their own business, how they can start their own business, how they can also make a 5-year plan of their businesses. So I want to take this opportunity, first of all, I want to have a lot to say, but to thank everyone that has joined in this platform today, and as well to call on to you guys, partners, organizations that are also working in Tanzania, or the branches that are working in Tanzania, to support the visions of Faraja Africa Foundation in the 5 years plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Tekla. Thank you so much. Tekla is a very hardworking person. To single-handedly coordinate a whole country is not easy. And we thank you, Tekla. Well, now we're going to have our executive director and founder of Faraja Africa Foundation have his opening speech. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a disclaimer that in East Africa, I'm still a young person. My name is Emmanuel Wawire, and yes, I am 31 years old, and I'm very happy that all of you came to celebrate with us the journey. Protocol observed. Before I go into the protocol, I'd like to just share a small story. In 2015, some of us had contested as youth MPs in the elections. So the word is they beat us badly. So we came and we were doing a program under Gen Democracy. And at that time, it was Mr. Moses Egunyu and Mr. Joseph Munyangabo and Joel who were at IRI. And one of the things that they engaged us in was on how to make us have meaningful impact without necessarily being in political offices. And one of the things we went through is capacity building. And also, I would say it was therapeutic in a way. For those who have not lost an election, if you've been chucked before and it pains like that for one person, imagine 3,000 people chucking you at the same time. That's how it felt. And we started as a team of volunteers. We had an international youth camp in Zanzibar. And this was all collective effort. There was no fancy funding out of it. All of us contributed, I remember, I think 500,000 shillings. We got a bus, Costa, we went. And we designed, what do we want to do? One of the key things we were not happy about is every time we travel out of the country, out of the city, to other areas as leaders, our compassion would be opened to the people who are unemployed. The people who are there do not have access to information, and also those other ones do not have the opportunity to know the resources or how to use the resources around them to be able to change their lives. Now, mark you, this was a team of broken people already who have faced the wrath of democracy, but most importantly, the economy itself. I must say that it is tough for a young person to cross from the poverty line down to at least the level where they can earn at least $2 a day or $1 a day. But this is the vision we had. We sat and discussed, and one of the key things we said, we needed to see how to comfort our continent. And we said, we are not going to go on the streets, protest, do petitions. You know, if you have lost an election, you petition, right? We said no. And it was not about elections for us. It was about the purpose, the passion we had, the vision we had. So we knew that we were going to go. We were not experienced. Some of us studied in UPE. Some of us were just still at campus. And of course, we didn't look at where our background was. We said, let us begin. Let us comfort Africa. Now, the naming was a challenge. So like, how are we going to name it? Because all the names have been taken. So that's how we came up with the word Faraja. Faraja is in Swahili, in English, translated as comfort. So we said, Let us comfort Africa. Let us be the solutions. And that's why when you see our logo, there's a young person hugging Africa. And that is the comforting, being the solution. Now, we knew we are coming into a space which is for professionals. We didn't have that. All we had was the internet. All we had was the mobilization. And that's when we now started allying with our partners. We worked with IRI. I think we first did a gig with IRI where we got 210,000 shillings. We used 20,000 to reserve the name. In those days, you could reserve the name forever. We reserved the name, and then later on we registered. And then we got another gig where we did this banner. We specifically brought this banner because this banner is 5 years old. We did this banner. And then later on, every time we had an activity, we would use the boardroom. And then we had an opportunity to work with other partners. And we got, with our idea of Parliament Connect, at that time it was MP Connect, we got funding from the UN Democracy Fund to train 57 members of parliament. What are we training them in? Because remember that these are people who were teachers, who were counselors from their communities. And we have been with them in the campaign trail. We're like, let's get together. So we, using the resources from IRI and working with other partners like WFT, we were able to train them for 4 days how to debate, how to bring national issues into policy, how to do needs assessment, and how to communicate using the digital tools. We had had an opportunity of being brought up through youth leadership structures, UNSA, that is the Uganda National Students Association, the NYC, and also in the Guild. And that is how our relationship with Parliament began. Parliament loved the work we did with less resources, and they gave us a home. Parliament gave us an office in the middle of the city for 5 years, and I would like that we give them a hand clap. We were given a free computer. We had only one smartphone, and then a colleague also had a computer. I think Isaac is there. And then later on, we managed to get free internet, stationery. Why am I mentioning this? Because I know key development partners are here, and I would like to encourage them what it takes to build visions of young people. So from there onwards, you will find that we'll go to different partners. They have vehicles. They'll say, we are planning ABCD. What do you have in your activity plan? And we would come together, merge activities, then we'll go and be able to implement our vision with their resources. Because sometimes civil society, we're so hell-bent and focused on doing things in silos, and yet, if we did in partnerships, we can be able to achieve a lot. But I'm happy to say that over the past 5 years, partners have not closed their doors to us. They have invited us in. Some of us depended on salary through per diem, through transport refund, and that was what we could be able to save on and use. It's important to be honest about these things here. But most importantly, as Faraja, we came as a team of passionate people without experience, and all of them, I know they will be introduced here, all of them, we opened a strategy of mentorship, of building exposure and being able to do what we want to do. And we have been mostly project and activity based, but not fully programmatic. We moved a journey with WFT. We continued engagement with Parliament. We moved a journey with the IRI to the Great Lakes within the region where we couldn't reach. We've moved a journey now with new partners like Advance Africa, who have not only done support us, but also build our internal systems in reporting and a few other things. But most importantly, other partners like Action Aid, who have stood with us from all over 8 countries in Africa, and other partners who are online, who have not managed to come here physically. That is the African World Heritage Fund, that is UNESCO, and also EU, and other people who have stood with us, not necessarily by giving us money, but by giving us technical support and associating with us. we have always looked at, when you're new, you do not qualify for grants. Let me just be very clear about that easily. It takes a lot of professionalism to qualify. And that is why our social enterprise model has really supported us to be able to access income from 2016, 17, and 18. And we've been able to fund the Social Entrepreneurs and Leaders Fellowship, the Youth Engagement and Policy Advocacy, MP Connect, and others. And our partners still, if they were not able to give us money, they were able to give us contracts to do digital storytelling, to do creative advocacy, the things we already love, place-based learning, and many other things that we were able to do. But I would like to first and foremost, in a special way, thank GIZ through the European Union for now getting all our chaos, all our ideas, and all our passions and turning it into a professional organization. Please, a big hand for them. COVID hit hard. Oh, I'd like to recognize the presence of our guest of honor, Mr. Mondo. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. So, as in honor of our guest of honor, we'll wait for him to take his seat, then I can be able to continue. So one of the things we do in Faraja Africa is promotion of culture and heritage. And one of those things is respect your elders as they are coming in. You're welcome, Honorable. Thank you so much. So, as I was saying, because of COVID, most of the civil society organizations were hit hard and funding also reduced. But when I remember we made a phone call to Constancy, and one of the things we thought that, GIZ is very bureaucratic, they will not pick up our phone call. Constancy picked up the phone call, and I think when we were discussing, she actually apologized for something, and I was like, that's so modest of her to do that. And we had a discussion. We told her our passions and what we wanted to do and what we wanted to achieve, and GIZ opened their doors. They welcomed us. And unfortunately, after that, the COVID pandemic hit. That meant that Parliament was open to essential workers. Only directors, Mr. David Masajagi and the team were the essential workers at that time. So for us, Muntu Wawansi, we had to telework. Regardless of what is what, teleworking meant that we are leaving the computer at Parliament and we are leaving the internet at Parliament. We are coming back home without anything because Parliament had provided everything. It was a desktop, yeah? And you know you can't carry a desktop out of office. GIZ stepped in. Not only did they provide us with free internet during the entire COVID period, they bought for us equipment. When we moved into a new space through COVID, they supported us in equipping that office. That was one of the best things that you could do for a youth organization, and I'd like to commend them for that. We could not afford to go to radio, hire radio, media, and so on. And when we said we want to start a youth TV, they got for us state-of-the-art equipment, laptops, computers, powerful ones, to be able to do what we want to do to start the TV. Right now, I will say that we have over 50,000 viewers and we are growing, and this is just 1 year. 1 year. And as Faraja, we have been working with other partners. When in COVID still, we had Advance Africa come on board, and when we thought civic education engagement was going to go low, Advance Africa, in partnership with Ford Foundation, we were able to further on implement the projects we're implementing. And through EU, like thanks to CASP, we were able to somewhat qualify, even not fully qualify, to be beneficiaries of the EU. And also thanks to Advance Africa for shielding us and holding us, that we can be able to qualify for EU. members who are here, for our colleagues in different partner organizations, getting an EU grant means sleepless nights. Getting an EU grant means 100% performance and no mistakes. And I'd like to thank Advance Africa for that, and I'd like to thank GIZ for that. From an army of inexperienced young people, staff members, they have turned us into professionals who can be able to manage, to resource mobilize, to do what we love, monitor and get the impact we need, and most importantly, collectively engage our partners. I don't believe in the word beneficiaries. I believe in the word partners. One of the things that I'd love to say is that everyone who is in this room is a representation, a drop in an ocean of a representation of many other young people. Through our programs, I'd like to say that we empower at least 500 young people physically every year in the areas of governance and in the areas of livelihood and economic empowerment. And now I'm happy to say that we have officially launched our office in Tanzania, and also before the end of the year, we will have an office in Kenya. Thanks not only to our partners in the Ministry of Gender, Parliament of Uganda, and the East African community, Ndugurukundo, I recognize your presence, thank you. We have been able to create platforms for young people to amplify their voices in legislative processes. That's looking at key or inclusive legislation processes. And that is not something that we can take lightly. I know many people think that Faraja has billions of money. I'd like to clear the air. Faraja has billions of passion. That is what we have been working with. And the little money that our partners give is not little. It is everything in supporting and facilitating the work we do. And for our partners who have been bugging with phone calls, seeking for guidance and so on, please take heart. This is the fruit of your endurance of our phone calls. And I'd like to continue to ask you that let us continue working together. Some of the young people who have gone through the programs, we are still partners, and we believe in the principle of each one, teach one. What we have engaged here, can we take it further to other people, to other places? And I'd like to say to our partners, we are not competitors, but rather we are colleagues. We are working to ensure that we end the approaches, conventional approaches of development, and seek to have more participatory approaches of development. It is more sustainable. As Faraja, we are an example of that. It is sustainable to have participatory approaches. You will find that each one is contributing towards their own development. We don't believe that we are empowering young people. No, we are facilitating processes. We are creating platforms. It is up to you to take charge and own up these spaces. For our partners who are online, I'd like to recognize you and thank you so much for all the good work that you've done with us, and also encourage you that let us continue working together. Today, as we celebrate 5 years, and as we look to launch our strategic plan and launch our television, we are very humbled to have walked this journey with you and many other young people. Unfortunately, I had a speech written, but it didn't deserve to be read, but rather the heart was most important in this particular day. Asante sana and hongera.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Bawire. You know, because he has spoken, I feel like I don't have any sensible matter to add, but I'd like to agree with him when he says we have billions of passion. The young people have a wrong impression. They think we have billions of money, but we have billions of passion. And that's what has been fueling Faraja entirely. Would like now to have a speech from our board chairperson, Mr. Joseph Munyangabo, who's also a partner at WFD. So I don't know if you're going to speak in two umbrellas. You can speak as a partner and as a board chair. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Edina. Today I am very proud to associate with Faraja and therefore allow me to speak as Faraja. The Commissioner, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, our good friend, partner, and mentor, Mr. Mondo Chateka. You have been with us for a long time. Your title used to be senior youth. I don't know whether now you have qualified to be ex-youth, but we're very privileged to have you today with us. The representative from Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, and also our good friend, Mr. David Masajadge. I keep confusing D and G in most of the fora, but you're most welcome here. You have been with us. You've been a great inspiration, but also thank you for creating spaces for young people in the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. And I would also like you to take our greetings and thanks to the Speaker of Parliament, who has, every time we have approached him as Faraja, given us audience and support. I would like to recognize the representative from GIZ. You have all heard on how critical GIZ has been to the realization of the vision of Faraja, but also let me add, not just Faraja, but for the support of young people to participate in development processes in this country. So thank you very much, GIZ, and thank you for supporting us and being here. The representative from EU, we thank you, and we are glad you have joined us, and we continue to appreciate your support to Faraja and to young people of this country, whether it is through your support through DGF or even other direct programs that you support. We have also been privileged to be joined by representatives from Action Aid. You heard from RNF, Rosna Mayanja Foundation. You heard from Advance Africa. We also have representatives from Center for Policy Analysis. We had our guest of honor, Mr. Mondo. We also had your other mentee with us earlier, the chairperson of the National Youth Council, who gave his remarks before you came. And we also have McLean, who is still here, who is also from the executive. We also have, we are privileged to have the leadership of UNSA in the room, and members from different civil society organizations. I would like to thank you all for making time to join us today to celebrate this milestone for Faraja, and more importantly, for the young people of this country. Before I go further, allow me to, in a very special way, on behalf of the board of Faraja Foundation, to recognize the extraordinary work done by the team at the Secretariat. Indulge me, and I invite the ED, Mr. Wabire, and your team to come in front for recognition. These are the people that at Faraja, as a board chair, I call them miracle workers. They can stretch the DORA, and they can run on fumes. They have been able to do amazing things with very little. Emma and the team, I know there are some who are not here, including those who are taking pictures and capturing the videos, and some of you who are online. I would like to, on behalf of the board, to thank you very much, Emma and your team, for an excellent job done. I wanted the audience to also see how young you are. You know, sometimes we keep talking about youth-led, youth-focused, but you can see, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a team of young people, well-balanced between male and female, but more importantly, with the millions and millions of passion, not millions of dollars, but the dollars are also coming. So thank you very much. Please, you can take your seat. I am particularly proud today because I met Emma and some of the members of the team when they were still in university. Young, passionate, sometimes reckless leaders. And I remember Emma used to come to my office every week to talk about Uganda. And one day I asked him, but why don't you offer yourself as a leader? You have concerns about youth leadership. At that time, I think he was very disturbed by the youth representation in parliament. And I asked him, but why can't you offer yourself? You are already a guild president. You already have passion. Why don't you offer yourself? And his answer was like, no, I can't afford it. It's too expensive. And fast forward, a few months later, he was on the ballot paper. But the reason I raise this is what has distinguished his leadership and also attracted like-minded young people to work with Faraja, but also convene other spaces for youth inclusion, especially in socio-economic development. Every time I engaged with Emma and some of the colleagues, I noticed something very peculiar. And this was peculiar to me because I have been in the democracy support business for the last 17 years. And for every meeting we had with Emma and some of the colleagues, he never talked about himself. He always talked about, this is what young people need. This is what we need to do for young people. And I was personally attracted to this young man who every time he came, he never asked for transport refund, he never asked for lunch. I always asked, have you had something to eat? And he remember, Maki, he was a student, but he always had an idea and a concern for young people, whether they are young girls who were dropping out of school, whether it was youth who were excellent in universities and colleges but were unable to get jobs, whether it was very brilliant young leaders from the Guild and from UNSA who dropped off the map and we could not find them. And he always said, is there a mechanism to harness this potential of young, enthusiastic leaders so that they can feed into the national leadership? And no wonder when he came to ask me, I think in 2014, to be his mentor, I was very proud. And I am glad to announce that he has come out very well. And I think all of you can attest. We at Faraja, our vision is to mold young African leaders who are socially, economically, and politically empowered. And we do this through your support by enabling facilitation of and creation of platform for young people to champion their own cause. As the ED and Edna said earlier, we do not provide any ideological orientation. We do not provide any philosophy for leadership. We only create platforms, and young people champion their cause and determine their own destiny. And that's why I would like to thank again our partners from Parliament to Ministry of Gender and Youth, to our development partners who have believed with us that it is important for young people, first of all, to convene themselves, but also to engage between themselves, because they have the solutions. For a very long time, we have looked at the elders who have provided very good guidance, and we still appreciate the guidance from the old people. But we have also become of age as young people. We would like to share our views and ideas with you. And we believe that the world and Uganda of today needs the solutions of young people. We believe as Faraja and in other spaces where we influence that the solutions of Uganda and the solutions of Africa are not going to come from anywhere else. They are going to come from our communities. They are coming from ourselves as young people. And therefore, thank you for believing in us and investing in the vision of Faraja Africa. We believe that young people should and can provide voices and evidence-based recommendations for development. We also believe that it is through engagements like these, it is through creating spaces where we share experiences, both within our jurisdiction and other jurisdictions within the region, that we can actually champion the solutions for the problems that we have, whether they are problems associated with climate change, whether there are issues with job creation, whether there are issues to do with inclusion of young girls in education, in socioeconomic development. We believe that we are the solution and we should provide this solution. I would like to call upon all of you on behalf of Faraja and other like-minded youth organizations in this country, especially development partners, government, parliament. Do not tire. Do not tire when we demand to be included. Sometimes young people demand unfundable, sometimes unrealistic demands. Sometimes we have requested that you prioritize the National Youth Manifesto. I remember after we had launched the National Youth Manifesto, we met the president and he asked us to budget, or give an estimate on what it would take to fund the National Youth Manifesto. We found that it would take, as it was then, it would take more than 50% of the national budget, as it was. We request that you still bear with us, even when we are too ambitious for you. We are not too ambitious for Uganda. We believe that it is possible. And therefore, today, I am here to call upon all of you to partner with Faraja to implement this very ambitious strategy. We are proud that we are launching it today. We thank all of you for supporting us to reach this point. But we believe that it will be unrealistic to implement it without you. At Faraja, we believe that our journey is not a sprint, it's a marathon, and therefore we cannot run it alone. We need your time, we need your funds, we need your technical support. And thank you, Advance Africa, for holding our hand to build our systems and our policies to help us to come up with this very impressive document. Thank you for funding it, GIZ. Thank you for funding us, EU. But now, the real task, the real challenge is before us. We need to breathe life into this document so that we can implement this document. And we believe that with your support, we can do more. Mr. Chateka and Bwana David, we need some policy change championed by Parliament. We need the doors of government to be opened so that you can listen to us. We have had concerns where the strategy for agriculture has only included just a 2-hour conversation with young people. Yet we know that majority of young people are in agriculture. We've had conversations with the Ministry of Gender on the development of the National Youth Policy, where young people were saying, but who developed this policy? We were not here. And thank you for, even through difficult conversations, you allowed as a ministry to take a step back and include young people and their voices into the development of the National Youth Policy. So we would like to continue asking for more, because we know you can give us more as young people. We know that together we can make Uganda the real part of Africa. We know together we can make Uganda work for all of us, especially for the 78 young people of this country. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph Munyangabo, our board chair. First of all, for believing in us, right from when Faraja was just an idea, and for supporting, holding our hands as we go forward. The next person on the agenda to speak is, I'm going to say something small before they come. I know that most of us have, if not all of us in this room, have had the president's idea of the civil society, and it's not good. And it is true that there are people who are continually tarnishing the name of civil society, but would like to affirm all our donors, our partners in this room, and our friends that are here to celebrate with us today, that Faraja is not part of the people spoiling the civil society name. We're actually working with the government to ensure that young people are part of the solution. That is why Parliament of Uganda, I think, continually opens its doors and to us to support us. I welcome, at this juncture, that I welcome the Deputy Director, Communications and Public Affairs of Parliament of Uganda, Mr. David Masaje, to come and give us a few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Our chief guest of the Ministry of Gender. I've heard somebody referring to him as a senior youth. I think we are together in that category. The Faraja community, our development partners, members of the civil society, the youth of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let me introduce myself. I'm called David Masajage. Quite a difficult name to a number of people. They first bring the gay and then bring the ja. So at times I have to go over it again and again to say Masajage, other than Masageja, something like that. That's how most people. But it happens. It happens because at times a combination of these letters becomes a bit difficult. I currently work as the Assistant Director in the Department of Communication and Public Affairs in the Parliament of Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the Parliament of Uganda and wish you nice deliberations today. The interaction between Faraja Africa Foundation and the Parliament of Uganda goes about 6 years, call it 7 years ago. Actually, no, 6 years ago in 2016. When, like you've heard from Emma, I think Emma and the group had turned out to be the biblical rejected stone. Actually, if I was still in a newsroom, the headline of today's 5 years of Faraja, I would have said Faraja from a rejected stone to the cornerstone. I think that would have made a wonderful reading given the genesis and the story that Emma has given here. It would have, I think, been wonderful. So our interaction majorly gets an intersection around connecting with the public of Uganda. Though from the angle of Faraja, it's majorly to do with the youth, and ours, it is the general public. So the intersection set comes in mainly from the youth angle. The Department of Public Affairs' major objective is to get the people to know what Parliament is. So as we are getting the public into knowing what Parliament is, one of the things we do is to take Parliament to the people. How do we take Parliament to the people? We go to the regions of Uganda, we go to the schools of Uganda, we go to the radios and televisions of Uganda and talk about what Parliament does. But now here comes Faraja, which has got the biggest percentage of Ugandans currently, and the world, by the way, the youth. So there is no way you can fail to work with people or an organization that is working with the biggest percentage of a nation or of the world. By coincidence, Faraja does what they call regional parliaments. And even us, in our work plan, we have what we call regional parliaments. I mean, one way that we want to take Parliament to the people. Every quarter, save that this year we had disruptions with the COVID, we want to visit a region or take Parliament to a region for 1 week. In that, we say, let's say Eastern, we go to Mbale, and we shall carry, if you want me to use the word carry, but we shall move along with the right from the Speaker to all members of Parliament and key officers into that region, so that people can have a feel of the work of Parliament. Councillors and other people from the villages can come. Let's say if we're in Mbale, we build either a mega tent in the field somewhere, because that's what there is no hotel that can accommodate, I think, as many people. Just merely even our Parliament of about 500 plus. So we need a mega tent that will accommodate people, so that the people can feel the Parliament. So depending on what we shall agree with Faraja, if as we are taking parliament to the region, that's when also Faraja can hold its regional parliament. It will all depend, but it can be part of our future planning. So that it would ease, and maybe perhaps prior to the youth having maybe, let's call it legally, a legally accepted desk in the parliament, which can be directly financed, so that we have you on the sides and you conduct the youth parliament as we are conducting the major parliament, and then move to another region in another quarter, so that finally when the national parliament comes, we do it once, just like the speaker has always given you space. So we hope that that works, and if it works, I'm sure it will decrease on a certain burden on you and to all of us. Back to the major, I think among the many, the objectives of Faraja is the issue of opening up space to the youth. Space, I think Mr. Chateka read so much about Gandhi, the peacemaker. So it is space, peaceful, giving you space to peacefully debate. Peacefully debate, and through that, the views can be presented to Parliament, to the national Parliament. Luckily enough, in the region, Uganda, as far as youth are concerned, I think is the most liberal, in that you even have 5 youth members of Parliament, unlike the other countries in the region. So, much as we are using this angle from Faraja, the youth are yours. They can do what we call agenda setting. The only problem so far, I don't know why, but I think the youth MPs should be good so that you work very closely with them in a way of setting the agenda. Because once they set that agenda and it gets onto the order paper, inevitably whatever has been debated and passed shall be implemented at some point in time. So if issues of like having a national youth desk within a parliament can be legalized, I think it makes it much easier. For those of you who are with us in Arusha, because I moved with the team to Arusha, that was the major thing that we were putting forward to the East African Legislative Assembly. If at all a bill can be brought into the Legislative Assembly, it is debated and passed, it will be much easier, because whatever is debated and passed is sent to the national parliaments. So once the national parliaments also ratify what has been debated at that level, and then maybe a budget line is created by each national parliament, that will be very easy. I talked to several youth from the other countries, unlike ours, which has a national youth council, which has I think officially, we have a National Youth Council, which is directly under Mr. Mondo. It is a legally binding entity. Unlike other countries where I think they claim are not active, either deliberately or otherwise, I don't know. But that's why I was saying that Uganda is the most liberal, I think, so far. So if we use that opportunity, we should be able to advance the youth cause much more easily. ladies and gentlemen, today is not my day to shine. It's a day for Faraja. So I'd like to use this opportunity to thank the leadership of Faraja on behalf of all the youth of Uganda for the footprints that you've so far put around the East African region. I'm made to understand you have offices in Kenya, Tanzania, and obviously Uganda. When we were in Arusha, I talked to some youth from South Sudan, and I think one or two from Burundi, which shows that the print is all over. Only last week, the Democratic Republic of Congo is getting on board. So your next assignment might be maybe to cross over to Congo also and get those youth on board. Then you will have fully covered the East African region. With those few words, I would like to thank you, all of you, for listening to me and wish you nice deliberations today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. David Masegeja. I hope I've got your name. Is that right? The other way around. Masag. Hey, God. I'm sorry, Masag. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for those very warm remarks and for opening Parliament doors more widely to us, and for fueling our agenda. Because if you speak to Emmanuel Wawire and the program officer of the Parliament project and program, they'll tell you that we would like to institutionalize these youth parliaments. And to hear Mr. David talk about it warms our hearts and gives us hope. We are going to have remarks as our lunch is, getting ready. We're going to have remarks from GIZ Uganda, CAS Program Director, Miss Constanze Riken. Miss? You're going to correct me. Miss, eh? Okay. I welcome you to give your remarks, and thereafter, we shall have our board chairperson who's going to invite a guest of honor today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I always thought my name is complicated to pronounce, but I will take the challenge. So, good afternoon, Commissioner Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Mr. Mondo Chateka, Deputy Director Communication and Public Affairs Parliament of Uganda, Mr. David Masacheke. National Youth Council Chairperson, Mr. Jacob Aru. Sorry. Board Chair, Faraja African Foundation, Joseph Murunjayagabo. I am trying my best. The ED, Faraja Vabire, the whole Faraja team. Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My name is Constanze Ricken. I'm the head of the Governance and Civil Society program of GIZ Uganda. I'm very pleased to speak at this event today. May I use the opportunity to appreciate the invitation to speak at this forum, where we shall also witness the launch of the collaboration development of the youth-centered organization and the strategic plan of Faraja today. On behalf of GIZ and as senior youth as well, I am delighted that today's event is an exhibition not only of growing partnership with Faraja and GIZ, but also an attempt to bring on board and to appreciate the role of civil society organizations in this country and the role of youth in this country as well, since the average of the youth of the population in Uganda is 15 years old. So on this regard, I might underline the importance of youth-centered work and youth-led organizations as well. And as well, to underline as well how important the work is to work together with youth, to accommodate the challenges of youth. So when I met Faraja Emma the first time, now it's more than 2 years ago, in 2019, so it's almost 3 years ago, we started to discuss where GIZ could come in to support Faraja in their development. The main supports we discussed were in organization development, like, for example, developing the strategic plan, which we will launch today, the resource mobilization, that the billions of ideas will come to billions of dollars, and the monitoring and evaluation as well. So we kicked off the strategic plan consultative meetings and analyses in the lockdown 2020. So first attempts to switch everything to online. Very easy for Faraja, to be honest. They are digital experts. So the switch from offline to online was quite easy for them. We supported Faraja with data and laptops to switch to this as well. They heard this already, but it was quite easy for Faraja. They just switched, and I would like to underline again, they switched from offline to online. And so they didn't take a rest during the lockdown. They really worked hard and very, very hard. So then November 2020, the physical workshops came back and we could attend to workshops and proceed our development of the strategic plan. And after a long review process, because everybody needs to be involved for the strategic plan, finally we are here now today to launch the strategic plan. So I'd like to thank you very much, all of you, for this strong partnership. And I really think it's a partnership for us, for GIZ, with Faraja. And even to address topics, to discuss topics. And this is only possible in a partnership. So thank you very much again. Maybe allow me to take the opportunity to inform you about the program which I'm heading, the Governance and Civil Society program as well, because maybe in the next steps there will be other topics we can work together as partner with Faraja. So the program is commissioned by the German government and the European Union. Yes, we have 6 components, including strengthening accountability, strengthening human rights, Digital Africa, strengthening conducive environment, and strengthening the political participation and capacity building of civil society organizations. Thank you very much for this. And as I conclude, I would like to pledge our continued support to civil society and youth. I am positive that they shall achieve the desired goals. I wish you a fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, JZ. Before, as my board chair prepares, working with GIZ, they are our donors, but while we were working with them, we didn't feel like we're working with donors. We felt like we're working with our partners or fellow staff. Please send our appreciation, deep appreciation to Silke, Verena, Generals, we even know their names because that's how much we interacted with them. We'd like to thank them so much for being very patient with us, because most of us actually were very green in these things, but they were very patient with us from the start. I invite Mr. Joseph Munyangabo to invite our chief guest to give a speech.
Thank you once again. Can I request somebody to put for us a chair in front here for the gentleman I'm about to invite? I would like to take this singular honor and privilege to introduce again to us Mr. Mondo Chateka, the Assistant Commissioner, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development in the Department of Youth and Children Affairs, but particularly in charge of youth. For those of you who are familiar to these spaces, you will know that Mr. Chateka is a household name within the youth fraternity. Not because he's young, but because he's always there when young people need him. He's one of the government officials that I can tell you has never turned down, unless he's sick, an invitation to engage with young people. For that, can we kindly clap for him? Secondly, Mr. Mondo Chateka is not only a commissioner in government, but he's also been a mentor. I have seen very many young people who have put him as the reason why they are where they are. From the, I think the days of Kidega, I can mention at least a few people that have officially attributed their success to the support and mentorship of Mondo Chateka. A few of them, I'll start with myself. As a young, very passionate scholar, I joined civil society and started working with young people, and Mondo was there, always guiding and providing support and documents to read. He always leaves you with a quote from somebody and with a book or an article to read. So I'm waiting for today's quote and probably a book to go and read. Mondo has also been very instrumental in helping to harmonize relations between government or ministry and civil society. Some of you who've been in this space for some time, you will confirm that in the past, the relationship between civil society, especially youth-focused civil society, and the Ministry of Gender were very hostile. And we saw each other as enemies. And we never allowed each other in the same spaces unless we were, fighting. And I am glad to inform all of you that Mr. Chateka took it upon himself, working with some of us, to ensure that we understand that civil society complements government efforts, and that civil society play a very critical role in the development of any country, particularly Uganda. So I'd like to thank you, Commissioner, for leading that process. And now we hear Faraja confirming that our work with government is cordial, our relationship is cordial, and our work is complementary. That does not mean that we don't call you out when we need to call you out as government. That doesn't mean that we do not demand for accountability, but we work to complement each other. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Mondo Chateka, our guest of honor, to both speak to us, but also launch our 5-year strategy as Faraja. Mondo Chateka, you're welcome.
start here, then migrate there when my legs give way. You allow me remove this burden that we have to carry for some time. Mr. Joseph Munyangabo, the chairperson board, Faraja Africa Foundation, thank you for that warm introduction. My big brother, Mr. David Masajage, I think I'm one of those who must get it right. I have not made any mistake in it. Our friend from GIZ, Ricken, Mr. Emmanuel Wawire, the Executive Director of Faraja Africa Foundation, the friends from Action Aid Uganda, my friend from the Rose Foundation, Rose Namaya Foundation, Advanced Africa, International Republic Institute, National Youth Council, the youth of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. I must say, I'm excited to be here this afternoon to speak at the launch of 3 important things that have already been mentioned. I'm also happy to start with a quotation like instructed by the chairperson board. This from somebody who is anonymous. He said, an army of elite soldiers can be repulsed and defeated, but not an idea whose time has come. A few months ago, I was with Mr. Emmanuel Wawire, and we were planning the launch of this TV at International Youth Day. There were lots of discussions. At the end of the day, we didn't launch because people were asking so many questions. But the idea had come, and nobody could stop the idea whose time had come. There's a gentleman who is a friend of the young people called Steve Jobs, because most of the young people do is facilitated by Steve Jobs' discovery. He said, and I quote, "It is people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world who do." Wawire and team are among those young people with some level of craziness who had an idea and they thought that this idea must be planted. And the idea was planted, watered, it germinated, it is growing. There are few youth-led organizations and youth-serving organizations that live smoothly to see their 5 years. They are like the children of Uganda. Many of them die off in year 1, year 2, year 3. We clap and we celebrate the life of Faraja for surviving 5 solid years. It is not lamentations and shouting that build nations. It's action, 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 and action. Action today, action tomorrow, action the other day. We are looking for action, not lamentations. And Faraja, you have shown a good example of what a thoughtful and visionary organization should do. As a ministry, we believe in the asset-based approach to youth programming. We don't look at youth as targets to be met, but as partners in the soiled journey to socio-economic transformation. But also, I want to tell you, Joseph, you know my thinking about asking. You said you are asking government to do this, to do this, to do the other. I want to answer you. Don't just ask for space. Work for it. One of the icons of the world, Mandela, said, freedom is not given on a silver platter. It's fought for. He also said, there is no easy walk to freedom. So why do you want to be given? You must struggle for it, and eventually, you'll be there. David Masajage talked to us about Mahatma Gandhi. What does Mahatma Gandhi say? Mahatma Gandhi says, you can shake the world gently. You can shake the world gently. You know, sometimes I'm interacting with my young people, and you see them reaching boiling points, and you say, please, kakana. Today is not the end of the world. You are not going to change anything by shouting, sometimes incoherently. Make your research. People will listen. Joseph said they want government to listen. There is no listening government than the current government. We really listen. Ask David there. Ask my friend who has clapped. We really listen. We listen today, we listen tomorrow, we listen every day. That man, if he was not listening, he would have died a long time ago. Because you abuse him, you say this, you say the other, and I'm not revealing the man I'm talking about, but you know what I'm saying. I like your passion. And you said, people believe that you have billions of money, but you have billions of passion. You see, when you work on something with passion, there is no way you can fail. There is no way you can fail. And once you are convinced that it can work, then there is no way you can make a mistake. If they close the door, you use the window. If they close the window, you use the ventilators. When the going gets tough, don't change course for purposes of changing course. Change strategy. Don't change course, change strategy. I'm therefore happy to join you at celebrations of the 5-year youth work at Faraja Africa Foundation and launch of Faraja TV, but also the launch of the strategic plan. When I was going through the papers, and when I was testing the TV that they told me to come and launch, I said, oh, Wang, it's launching at Chichupuli. I had to go and find out and watched. I watched, I got convinced. I could hear the voices of the young people. Some of them were campaigning at university, at Uganda Christian University, and a lot of other things that I read. I'm in love with your mission. Young African leaders who are socially and economically empowered and established to facilitate the process of youth empowerment by creating platforms for meaningful economic, social, and political engagement in East Africa. Young African leaders with a platform, socially empowered. This is what we are looking for. The critical mass of young people who are civically, economically, politically, and socially empowered and ready to take on the duty not saying, I'm still counting time. I'm so young. You are so young. Most African revolutionaries went into leadership when they are young, including your own president here. He has grown old on the job, like I have grown old on the job. Masajaga is still young. He doesn't have gray hair. And so, when we came up with the proposals of having young people represented in Parliament of Uganda, many countries around Africa, they were saying, now the NRM party has run out of ideas. How do you bring young, inexperienced, not tried young people into the legislative assembly of a country? The highest legislative assembly in a country. And my answer then was, you see, if you are teaching somebody to drive and you want him to learn to drive, you must place him behind the steering wheel, isn't it? You cannot learn how to drive by using something which is something like, you say, this is like the car. No. So they had to come into Parliament. And now, Ugandans, have you been disappointed? At least for me, I'm not disappointed. The youth councils have acted like nursery beds for young politicians, younger leaders, and that's what we wanted it to be. If you have a former youth leader in the youth council becoming a speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, if that's not success, then tell me what it is. If you can have a former younger leader at the chairperson in Ruweru district, Rose Namayanja, becoming the treasurer of the governing party, and then becoming the vice chairperson, the secretary, vice secretary, deputy secretary general of the ruling party, the party in power, what is that? If you have ministers like Ogwang, Dennis, and others as members of parliament, but also as ministers, and they are direct products of the National Youth Council, what do you want me to have done differently? Thank you. Clap if you have to clap, and clap harder. So anybody who comes to me and tells me youth councils have failed, I wonder whether he has squinted eyes or whether he reads and he understands what he sees. The mission has been so far achieved. There are a lot more that we are going to do, and we shall do them with the youth council. The structure is enviable, the structure is bankable, the structure is productive, the structure includes everybody. Every party is within the National Youth Council. Isn't that beautiful? And I know the current young man was here when he spoke to you. Were you disappointed? I don't think so. Celebrating 5 years of youth work in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania, and launching your new strategic plan 2021-2025 is no mean achievement. The launch of the Youth Digital TV, Faraja Television, on this same day is more than an icing on a giant monumental cake. I'm happy that in whatever you seek to do, you are heavily inclined towards ICT. ICT is a fulcrum of development. It is an accelerator, amplifier, and augmenter of change. It has a huge potential to improve national productivity by making government and business enterprises more efficient, effective, and globally competitive. It is therefore a crucial driver of social and economic development. Government is aware that ICT landscape is itself changing, and government is taking deliberate steps to keep this pace through the development and adoption of new strategies that can be leveraged to realize the country's sustained and meaningful digital transformation. Digital transformation has come. We cannot wish it away. You either join or you join. There's no two ways about it. And when Mr. Wille was telling me, Mondo, you know, this is a digital platform, this is a digital TV, it's going to give a lot of opportunity for young people to tell their stories and be heard. I said, are you serious? Yes, we are there. That belief in self, that confidence is what we need young people to have. That I've made my research, it works. And so it will work. In order to make ICT more democratic in terms of access and enjoyable in terms of efficiency and effective, government is working towards increased ICT penetration from 25% to 50% in the next 4 years. Digital teleshow television signal coverage from 56% to 95%. 90% national broadband coverage with minimum speed of 80 megabytes. 70% NBI connectivity in the government MDAs and district headquarters. Reduce the cost of ICT devices and services. Create 30,000 direct jobs annually within the ICT sector. Increase local ICT innovation products developed and commercialized from 72 currently to 282. Provide 80% of government services online. David is there. He can confirm that this is the aspirations as spelled out within the National Development Plan 3. And something is already taking root. And we are determined. So in terms of you, depending on the digital migration, government will not disappoint you. Because we have no two ways about it. It's digital migration now, it must be now and not tomorrow. So Joseph, you can bank on the seriousness of government in taking your aspirations, your dreams to another level. Ladies and gentlemen, we must embrace ICT now and not tomorrow. Digital transformation is here to stay and not turning back. Our legal and policy frameworks are upbeat. The aspiration of Agenda 2030 under SDG 9 is to significantly increase access to ICT. And to provide universal and affordable access to the internet. In addition, SDG 17 seeks to enhance the usage of enabling technology, specifically ICT. Similarly, Agenda 2063, Goal 10, aspiration is to double ICT penetration and contribution to GDP. Furthermore, the aspiration of the East African Community Vision 2050 is to build East African community ICT capabilities to encourage innovation and increase competitiveness. The Uganda Vision 2040 identifies ICT among the key fundamentals as well as an opportunity to spur Uganda's transformation into a modern and prosperous country. Our commitments, colleagues, as government, cannot therefore be doubted, as it is cast in iron and stone and well cushioned in the national, regional, and global commitments. Let me now, colleagues, turn to our next 5 years partnership. We have been in courtship for the last 5 years with Faraja. I think the stage of courtship is getting to our back. We now are getting into an engagement of marriage sanctified by the Almighty in the presence of a representative of the Speaker, Mr. Masajjage. Our next 5 years partnership with Faraja, I have perused the 5-year plan, 2021-2025, and found it a suitable, strong pillar on which to build our strong relationship. My promise on behalf of the ministry is to ensure that we cement this relationship starting today through an MOU. An MOU would be a brilliant idea to cement, cushion, and anchor our relationship so that we drive together in the right direction, we deliver together, and we celebrate every achievement together. Yes, together we can. Our commitment to youth work as a ministry is well documented and built in a firm foundation. We shall do everything possible to accommodate Faraja's 5-year plan in the empowerment of youth in strategic areas of development. There is nothing that is going to transform this country like having an empowered, educated, younger population. A population that is inquisitive, a population that is ready to learn from what is happening. A population that is going to base its arguments on facts and data. You see, there is little you can do when somebody presents to you data. I was telling some young people that they are lucky that some of us, me and Mr. Masajjage, we grew up before computers. Now you people, you have the computers, everything is computerized, your telephone is a computer, you have a computer in office, you have, you know. I remember Mr. Masajjage, and Joseph, you were so young, despite the beard. How many of you remember that this country at one point in time had only one radio station and one TV station? How many remember? How many don't just remember, but they really passed and were through that life? Yeah, I told you we had a minority here. Do you know what would happen? At midnight, the flag would come on the screen, and until the following day, that's when you'd watch TV again. After lunch, after the news, they will say, Katuumule muko. It will go, then you start seeing a news maybe at 6, maybe at 7. That was then. You people, you have thousands of channels that you can watch from morning to sunset, and even the following day, you are still watching. Can you clap for the transformation that you enjoy? Things were not like that, my brothers and sisters. But what does J.F. Kennedy say? J.F. Kennedy says that things don't happen. Things are made to happen. What does that mean? It means that there is a cadre of brilliant men and women who have made things that you see happen. Are we together? But also somebody else says that every generation must have a mission. Now your generation has your mission. That you have also to work on assiduously, religiously, and judiciously, and ensure that they come to make a contribution to the socio-economic transformation of our country. By now, the world knows that the government of Uganda vehemently believes in the asset-based approach to youth programming and that youth participation at all levels of governance, including the Legislative Assembly, is a golden undertaking fully anchored within the laws and policies of government. Our support, the Youth Parliament, the Faraja convenes, is total. As a department, as a ministry, we shall do everything possible to support you in making this work. And it must work. You see, you must reach a time when you shun trying. Go into an activity because of the information you have to say it will work out. Even some of you who are still in the age of dating, don't look at a beautiful girl and say, I'm going to try her out. If you go with, I'm going to try, you are likely to fail. Go with, yes, I will get that beauty. And so the way you present your manifesto must matter. How you defend your manifesto before her is equally important. Because she may not just listen to trash. Don't just waste her time. Say things in a manner that makes them credible and understandable. So let's stop just trying. Let's do. Let's do and do as many things as possible. We are equally convinced that meaningful political participation of youth must move hand in hand with the economic empowerment. Hence, the various livelihood programs such as YLP, UWEP, Emioga, microfinance, to mention but a few. Where we go wrong in some of our programming, these are your interventions. Come, let's sit, let's agree. You remember YLP had a problem of numbers. They were saying 13, 15 people for a group is so big. We listened. We made it 5. We are having a few problems here and there, but we know the problems we are having are not insurmountable. We shall surmount them together with you, together with your support. As youth with a mission driven by the zeal to impact on society, you must strive to make a contribution on the communities in which you live. Stand up to be counted in community initiatives. Leave a trail. The problem you see in your community is the problem God is calling you to solve. We don't want to hear about Bwire at the national level alone. We want also to hear that you see the village where Bwire lives, there's a difference. We need to do something. There are things you look at and you say, 21st century, we still have this. Can you be the change that you want to see? Make a contribution in your immediate communities so that when you're absent, you'll be missed. So that when you decide to go to join the Creator, we know what to write on your tombstone. You see, we get a lot of trouble. Some of us who participate in burials, sometimes you have to look for beautiful words to write, and you don't see anything beautiful or handsome that this man did. So you end up lying. Colleagues, do something while you still live. You are here for a short time. Don't waste the time. Do something. I want to thank Faraja board and management for having friends. When you mentioned, and when I was looking at the number of people you invited here, going through the number of organizations, It showed me that you believe in partnerships. You believe in collaboration. That is important. You are not made for, a monologue. Monologue. You remember monologue, Joseph. You are not made for a monologue kind of life, but for a dialogue. And so you need to have people with whom you can consult, with whom you can share ideas, with whom you can work, with whom you can learn from, with whom you can do a lot of things. And together, we can make a difference in the lives of the people that we serve, the people that we lead. Remember, and you mentioned it, Joseph, that Uganda has one of the youngest population in the world. And that's because of the way you people use your talent, the talent of production of human beings. 3.3% per year, 25% teenage pregnancy, the poor producing more than the rich. I met a young man the other day who was 33 years. He had 30 children and 5 wives. And so you people, you are very fertile. And when it comes to producing human beings, you do a good job. Your only problem is you are not responsible enough to look after the products of your labor. That's the reason I suffer. And Mr. Masajage has to summon you and say, why are you not addressing the issue of street children? And you say, sir, I don't produce them. And he says, but you are employed to ensure that no child is on the street. Can you, really, among the programs, even when you're talking about politics and all these other things, can you put in for me things to do with responsible production of human beings? Let people produce the children they can look after. Don't produce because the Bible says, go out there, multiply, and fill the world. Who said it must be David and Joseph to fill the world? It's a shared responsibility. All of us here. Ricken can produce whatever she can produce. Mondo can produce. I can afford maybe 2, maybe 3. And you look more wealthy, you can produce 4. And so eventually you fill the world. Not one person. Seriously, if God himself produced only 1, who are you to produce 20? He produced Jesus Christ and that's it. Many of you go around masquerading with your own sons of God. Who tells you? Don't you know your father? Your father is that one who gave you your name. God had his son, Jesus Christ. His only son, Jesus Christ. If you're a stepchild, well, maybe. But I want now to be guided by Wire. How do we go around the launch? Do I just stand up and mention? Are there certain things that we must do?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mondo Chateka. Not disappointing at all, as always. So thank you for your remarks. Can you please join me to appreciate the Commissioner for the wise counsel, but also for making time for this event. I want to indulge you a little bit more with the representative of GIZ. We have people in the room and elsewhere who would like, as Faraja Foundation, to recognize for their support, for their participation, but also their interest in youth work. So we'll be issuing out a few certificates. Some go to organizations and departments, others to individuals and departments. These are in 3 categories. We have certificates of recognition, certificates of merit, and certificates. So if you don't mind, I will invite, I'll be guided by Mr. Wabwire on who else is coming in front. I'll be reading out the names, and we quickly give out these certificates. Thereafter, we will invite again a few people to come in front. We will hold, each of us will hold the strategy. Because of COVID, we will not allow very many people to crowd in front, but maybe just a few representatives from the room. We will hold the booklet as a symbol, and then our dear guest of honor will launch the strategy, and then we will also be guided on how to launch the TV. Am I correct? All right. So who do we invite? Is that for giving out certificates? Okay, in front here, can we have the representative from GIZ? Representative from NYC? Yes. And representative from UNSA? So this really is to appreciate and congratulate all of us. Those who will not get certificates, it's not that there is any peculiar reason. It's because at this function, these are the categories and individuals that the team has decided to give these certificates. I will start. Okay. Emma will read for us. I will join the team. We will not shake hands. We will bonga. I don't know how they say that in English.
Knuckles. So we are recognizing our partners. So we'll be reading, and the partner representative will be joining. First and foremost, I'd like to recognize the Parliament of Uganda, ably represented. No, I'm good. International Republican Institute. Yes. Yes. I would request that you come, you could bonga with NYC, you could bonga with UNSA, you bonga with GIZ, and then you receive with the board chair, and then you receive. The screen is okay, the cameras can see us, yes. Advance Africa. Action Aid Uganda, Primus Bahiji. As the Rose Namayanja Foundation prepares. Yes. And he also doubles as the manager for global platforms, which is also recognized as our partner. The same, the two of them. Vision Actors International. No.
Brother, thank you. Thank you so much. Please join me in the national actors.
West Nile, is it? West Nile Youth Empowerment Center.
Thank you. Vision International. Continue having the right
Africa Youth Federation. Uganda National Students Association.
Uganda National Students Association.
The National Youth Council.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Espling on the track.
National Youth Council of Uganda. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, you solidarity. Let's move together.
SEPA. An absentia.
Center for Point Analysis.
iRise Institute. They left.
Oh, I read this in East Africa.
Espling on the track.
European Union, I think Constance will receive on behalf of the European Union as a partner. The Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Affairs.
Espling on the track.
Would also like to, in a special way, recognize young people who have tremendously turned out to be amazing actors in the community. Asimire Macklin. Mercy Gwa Howard.
Mr. Howard.
Hilary Asasia. Latigo Isaac, who was our former program manager.
Latigo Isaac.
Yusuf Ward. And to a last few, Masagazi Alvin. Sorry.
Masagazi Alvin K.
Joshua Wabwire. Harry. Okay, he's here, right?
Espling on the track.
Zawede Patricia. These are the amazing young people working on TV. Both Julius.
Espling on the track.
Akwel Elizabeth, Sharon Nantanda.
Both Julius.
Espling on the track.
And on behalf of the East Africa Network for Youth, that is Jack Tusime, will be received by Mr. Rukundo. Thank you. And Brenda will receive on behalf of Namiro Collins.
Espling on the track.
Jack Rukundo is receiving for Jack. Jack Rukundo for Jack.
Espling on the track.
And take that. I'm going to receive this. And lastly, in the absentia of our Secretary General, the Uganda National Commission for UNESCO, I will receive it because I am the outgoing youth chairperson.
Espling on the track.
A good photo.
Maybe we'll invite Madame Sharon, Mr. David Masozogi, Mr. Egumi Moses, and Action Aid representative as well, to please come forward so that we can iconically have, and maybe 2 female staff members from Faraja to just iconically take a group photo on behalf of the rest of the team. RNF, join. We social distance and have our masks fully on, and we can do knuckles as we just raise the strategic plan.
Espling on the track.
And the rest, what you do, you shout. So that the radio and they come with a blast.
Espling on the track.
On behalf of the government of the Republic of Uganda, here at Silver Spring Hotel in Kampala, we hereby launch the strategic plan for Faraja Africa Foundation 2021-2025. Go out there and serve the nation. May you create empowered young people in leadership and ensure that young people take the front seat in driving the economy, driving our politics, and driving so many things around us. And I congratulate you on the launch of the strategic plan for Faraja Africa Foundation. That's part 1. Part 2, you use the back now. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Uganda, we hereby launch Faraja Digital TV in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. May it inform the public, may it educate the public, may it empower the public, may it create men and women who can contribute towards the change that we all want to see in the transformation of our countries. For God and my country. We hereby launch.
Thank you very much. We can take our seats. Just 1 minute, then we break off for lunch. Our digital team is going to play a video just summarizing in 1 minute what the television is all about. I know most of partners will be asking that. Alvin, are we set? Good. Here we go. I would request members to just for 1 minute turn your eyes to the screens and see the amazing work that you've helped us be able to do. And we hope to work more together. Otherwise, I'd like to thank you all and wish you an amazing lunch. Immediately this is done, we can be able to hear the announcements on how we can have our lunch. Thank you.
Welcome to Moja News Round. Let's take a quick look at the headlines.
Faraja Television is a free digital platform participating with the youth, women and men in civic engagement, economic and Afrocentric development stories.
A boy child should be educated.
Our platform intends to equip you with knowledge in policy advocacy, leadership and decision-making processes.
And it is through those spaces
we provide insight on business economics and startups, also bring you stories on young, vibrant entrepreneurs.
However, small-scale businesses were not at par with this. So today we meet...
In a row, we also bring you educational and entertainment content, showing enormous life stories, fun facts, music to keep you young and vibrant. Faraja Television, authentic African stories.
Thank you all. It's time for lunch. Emmanuel Bavir, our executive director, is going to lead the dignitaries for lunch, and then others will follow. This beautiful lady has your ticket to lunch. She has coupons, and she'll be standing at the door to give you the coupons. Lunch will be at the restaurant. I don't know if all of us know the reception of this hotel. We will move out. You can use the elevator. If you're fit enough, you can use the stairs and take the right. Then you'll see the reception. That's where the restaurant is, and we'll have our lunch. In about an hour, we should be back and we close the day. Thank you. You can leave your property. It's very safe.
Faraja Africa Foundation is a young people-based Faraja Africa Foundation is a young people-based organization that focuses on empowering the youth out there with skills and knowledge on entrepreneurship and digitalization, which in the end enhances their community and personal development.
Three years ago, a friend of mine introduced me to Faraja Africa Foundation. Faraja Africa Foundation opened the doors for my entrepreneurship and leadership journey. To me, Faraja Africa Foundation is a youth-led organization that gives platform to young people to explore, experience, and learn social entrepreneurship skills and leadership so that they can be a better citizen in the community. It gives chance to learn and become who we are as job creators than job seekers.
My name is Emmanuel Wabire. I'm the Executive Director for Faraja Africa Foundation. We are a youth organization that harnesses the collective power of different voices, of different energies, of different actions of young people to ensure we bring about development of our communities, and not just development, but sustainable development, using the participatory approach of each one teach one. Through our programming, we promote the place-based learning theory. We promote digital literacy. We promote digital skilling. And not only do we do that, we also embrace and harness and promote the African culture.
To me, Faraja, it is a platform that drives local development. This means the amplification of the youth voices and introducing them as the most powerful and competent population. This is through the use of the 21st language, and that is through digital storytelling. Karibu, Faraja. To me, Faraja, it is a platform that drives local development. This means the amplification of the youth voices and introducing them as the most powerful and competent population. This is through the use of the 21st language, and that is through digital storytelling. Karibu, Faraja.
Three years ago, a friend of mine introduced me to Faraja Africa Foundation. Faraja Africa Foundation opened the doors for my entrepreneurship and leadership journey. To me, Faraja Africa Foundation is a youth-led organization that gives platform to young people to explore, experience, and learn social entrepreneurship skills and leadership so that they can be a better citizen in the community. It gives chance to learn and become who we are as job creators than job seekers.
To me, Faraja, it is a platform that drives local development. This means the amplification of the youth voices and introducing them as the most powerful and competent population. This is through the use of the 21st language, and that is through digital storytelling. Karibu, Faraja.
My name is Emmanuel Wabire. I'm the Executive Director for Faraja Africa Foundation. We are a youth organization that harnesses the collective power of different voices, of different energies, of different actions of young people to ensure we bring about development of our communities, and not just development, but sustainable development, using the participatory approach of each one teach one. Through our programming, we promote the place-based learning theory. We promote digital literacy. We promote digital skilling. And not only do we do that, we also embrace and harness and promote the African culture.
Faraja Africa Foundation is a young people-based organization that focuses on empowering the youth out there with skills and knowledge on entrepreneurship and digitalization, which in the end enhances their community and personal development.
You see, a lot of they tried doing it in the morning and they went back to just making my level. But this room also has a limit. There's a board. What happened when you I mean, it was good. No, some guy I left it to charge. Come back. I leave it to charge. No, I want to know going. Switch off. That means I want fast. Maybe fast me. Yeah. The person see the noise. Some guys are already here. Namaganda is here. Some guys went to the other side. Josh. Josh, I think so. Josh, yeah. Josh, me among us all. Josh, me. It's like no balance.
Guys,
Yes. Anyway, I'm not. This person but no, with other people. Actually, just keep going.
Yes.